I'm Jason Walker. The House has given a green light to a housing affordability measure after winning the backing of President Trump on several key provisions. Here's Bernie Bennett with the story.
The House amended 21st Century Road to Housing Act passed the chamber by a vote of 396 to 13 and will be sent back to the Senate. The passage of the White House-endorsed bill marks a win for the House, which has been pressed for weeks to accept a Senate-passed version of this legislation. Speaker Mike Johnson wrote in a statement, quote, "We are grateful that a strong bipartisan majority of the House voted to pass this bill today. We urge the Senate to swiftly do the same." Bernie Bennett, Washington.
Trump administration charging former Cuban President Raul Castro in the 1996 downing of civilian planes operated by exiles. The indictment related to Castro's role in the shoot down of the two small planes. Castro was Cuba's defense minister at the time. President Trump delivering the commencement address Wednesday at the Coast Guard Academy.
And hello, cadets, and let me begin by saying a very big congratulations to the class of 2026, special class.
The commander-in-chief giving the graduation address from behind clear bulletproof glass. Cadets at the U.S. Coast Guard Academy in their white uniforms paying very close attention to the president's message.
So you are the living standard bearers of America's first fleet. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Laura Winters reporting.
Tennessee officials will pay $800,000 to settle a suit filed by a man who was jailed 37 days over a Facebook post he made about the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Authorities dropped the felony charges. House committee has discussed the future of the TSA. Trump administration lobbies to replace TSA officers with private contractors. More on these stories, townhall.com.
It happens quietly, no warning label, no recall notice, no breaking news alert. Dog food recalls happen more than you think. Salmonella, aflatoxins, vitamin D levels toxic enough to cause kidney failure, and most owners never find out until it's too late. Right now, today, you could be feeding your dog something already flagged, and you'd have no idea. You can't control what's already in the bag, but you can control what you add to it. That's where America's #1 dog supplement, Rough Greens, comes in. Rough Greens is packed with live probiotics, enzymes, omega oils, and over 20 vitamins and minerals. All natural, made in the USA. You just sprinkle it on top of whatever you're already feeding them. Thousands of dogs are feeling younger, more energetic, and healthier than they have in years. Your dog could be one of them. Get a free Jumpstart trial bag today. You just cover the shipping. Go to roughgreens.com. Use the discount code MikeG. Rough is RUFF. Roughgreens.com. Discount code MikeG. Rough Greens makes any dog food better.
An update on a deadly public health crisis in the Democratic Republic of Congo. BBC's Fergus Walsh.
The scale and speed of this Ebola outbreak is alarming health officials. It took weeks for the virus to be identified, and by then it had spread widely in an area beset by conflict, with many families displaced from their homes. Limited facilities to test for the virus are slowing the response. The WHO says it urgently needs more financial support to fight this outbreak.
Divers recovering the last two bodies of the 4 Italians who died in an underwater cave in the Maldives last week. Victims had been exploring the cave when they disappeared. The body of their Italian diving master was recovered outside the cave, and other divers brought the bodies of the 2 last ones to the surface. Breaking news and analysis, townhall.com. Calls for a major boycott in college sports.
The NAACP is calling on black athletes, alumni, fans, and the general public to boycott the athletic programs of public universities in states that aim to redistrict longtime black lawmakers. If black athletes participate in the boycott, it could deplete rosters for powerhouse football and basketball programs across the Southeastern and Atlantic Coast conferences. The effort, launched Tuesday, comes as civil rights activists aim to apply pressure to Republican-led state legislatures through mass protests and economic boycotts. I'm Gethin Coolbaugh.
Aaron Rodgers says his 22nd season in the NFL will also be his last. Pittsburgh Steelers quarterback says this is it. He was asked Wednesday if he would retire at the 2026 season, and he said absolutely. More on these stories, townhall.com.
President Trump is already transforming Washington, D.C., making it the safest, cleanest, and most beautiful city in the world. But we need fighters on the ground to keep it going. I'm John Fredericks, and I'm running for chairman of D.C. GOP Ward 2 to make sure Trump's vision for this city becomes a reality. Safe streets, clean neighborhoods, and yes, rat-free. Go to MakeDCGreat.com. That's MakeDCGreat.com right now and send a donation. Let's finish what President Trump started. Donation limit $200. I'm John Fredericks, and I paid for this ad.
Folks, this is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Soul Tea. I have recently turned 77 years old. I do not take prescription drugs. I have not had to take prescription drugs, and I attribute a lot of my good health to a product that I've been taking, which is the active ingredient in Soul Tea. It's a 22% concentration of theaflavin. We did clinical trials on it 25 years ago and found that it helped lower cholesterol. We have had many, many hundreds of letters and emails from customers telling us how it has helped them not only manage their cholesterol, but lower their triglycerides and help them on their blood pressure. And I can't tell you how much I attribute to Soul Tea for my good health at age 77. And I encourage you to go to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. And use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% off on your initial shipment of Soul Tea. And I promise you it will be a great help for your heart health. Thanks so much.
1775 Coffee is giving away free starter kits. Try the dark or medium roast coffee with longevity blend, an infused blend with anti-aging calcium alpha-ketoglutarate, which has been clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a third 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
The Truth with John Gordon.
A strong argument can be made that we need a certain number of illegal immigrants to work menial and in some cases dangerous jobs.
Get all the truth you can handle and more.
Immigrants seem willing to do those jobs. American workers do not.
What?
I'm sorry, I just call them like I see them, folks.
Saturday, noon Eastern, 11 Central, on the stations of the John Fredericks Media Network.
I tell you the truth as best I know it.
Okay! When you're learning something new, experience matters. At Lifestyles Unlimited, we've spent over 30 years teaching people how real estate investing works and how to build income with a clear, step-by-step strategy. Our program is designed to help you learn what to do, why it works, and how to take action at your own pace. Join today for just $297, a 60% savings off the regular price. Text radio to 88007. That's RADIO to 88007. Presented by Lifestyles Unlimited.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cells Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
Well, howdy-ho, everybody. Happy Thursday, Friday Eve, as I like to say. This is the John Fredericks Media Network. I'm Dan Hobgood. Time for a look at weather and sports. We'll start, as we always do, with where I am in the capital of the South, Richmond, Virginia. Now, this is more like it. High today of 79, a low of 57. It'll be stormy along the way, but I don't mind, as long as I don't feel like I'm in a crock pot anymore. Right now, the temperature is 68 degrees. The Squirrels topped Binghamton last night, 7-6. The two teams will face off again beginning this evening at 7:05. Moving on to the nation's capital. The Nats topped the Mets again, 8-4. You know, Mamdani may not think that President Reagan's old line, "I'm from the government and I'm here to help," is very scary, but I'll bet that when the Mets hear Mamdani say it, they're downright terrified. Anyway, once more into the breach for those two teams today, beginning at 4:05 p.m. The high today will be 66 and rainy in D.C., a low of 56 and storms. Right now, the temperature is somehow 71 degrees. That math don't seem to be mathing, but I'm just a big dumb animal who reads what AccuWeather tells me, folks. All right, moving on to Atlanta. The Braves massacred the Marlins last night, 9-1. 6:40 p.m. They'll face off again this evening. A high today in Atlanta of 81 with showers and storms, a low of 67. Right now, the temperature is 72 degrees. Nashville, you're looking at a high of 76 today with showers and storms possible, a low of 65, still with showers and storms possible. Right now, the temperature is 68 degrees in Middle Tennessee. Philadelphia, well, not so good news today. Reds pound the Phils 9-4. Meanwhile, Eagles linebacker Nolan Smith arrested in Georgia driving 135 miles an hour. In a related story, Smith has announced his candidacy to be the next Attorney General of Virginia. High today in Philadelphia of 64 with some rain, a low of 55. Right now the temperature is 62 degrees. Morgantown, well, West Virginia baseball gets underway at the Big 12 tournament today, 4:30 against TCU. A high, very mild high of 62 degrees with a little rain in Morgantown, a low of 55. Right now the temperature is 54 and rainy in, by God, West Virginia. What? This has to be a mistake. The Buccos won yesterday over the Cardinals, 7-0. My goodness. No wonder the high is going to be 65 and partly sunny today in the 412. A low of 54. Right now the temperature is 52 degrees. Buccos and Cardinals back in action today in St. Louis beginning at 1:15 p.m. Okay, well, bringing you today's weather and sports update is the Godzilla Wins radio show. For the best insight, analysis, and picks, watch and listen to Godzilla Wins Saturday mornings from 9 to 11 all across the John Fredericks Media Network. Plus, to get John's daily sports picks, you know where to go. GodzillaWins.com. Once again, that's GodzillaWins.com. You got to get on that train. This has been Dan Hobgood for the John Fredericks Media Network. Outside the Box with the Ox is next, followed by your Gorilla of Truth. Your Godzilla of Truth. Excuse me, I'm the Gorilla of Truth. He's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, John Fredericks on the John Fredericks Show. Stay tuned, everybody.
CBS Mankato reports that a college student there is organizing a protest outside of the bi-monthly Chamber of Commerce luncheon because someone is presenting on data centers. And she says, quote, Mankato's business leaders should also be able to hear from their neighbors who have concerns about data centers and their controversial reputation, close quote. Though the story says there are no data center proposals for the area at the moment.
What difference at this point does it make?
Okay, first of all, it's the Chamber of Commerce. It's not the City Council. They're not making laws.
We mock what we don't understand.
Well, the chamber could extend an invitation to her and all her protesting friends to attend for free if they promise to then also be there for July's luncheon on the 20-year vision for road projects in the region and how it will impact business there in the next 2 decades. The September luncheon, where school district officials will outline their challenges for the school year and how businesses can partner with them. And the November luncheon, where the co-vice chair of the House Commerce Committee highlights the accomplishments of the last legislative session and shows a PowerPoint of what upcoming challenges they expect when they reconvene in January while enjoying a provided high-V cold box lunch.
Don't be shy about helping yourselves to punch and cookies.
A second choice from outside the box. She could save herself and her friends all that torture, admit she has no idea what the Chamber of Commerce actually does, skip the protest and instead organize an early happy hour like any self-respecting Mankato State College student should do.
Have a brew. Don't cost nothing.
Here outside the box with the Ox in the Eastern Time Zone and now in West Virginia on the John Fredericks Media Network.
John Fredericks.
It is the most egregious thing I've seen in a lifetime.
President Trump.
The whole thing is ridiculous.
When politics start getting wild.
They want to have every single thing that you don't want. Raise taxes, men and women's sports. They're going to open up their border.
Trump hits the speed dial.
Thank you for calling in on such short notice.
You came first, John.
Wake up with the John Fredericks Show weekday morning, 6 Eastern, 5 Central on JFMN.TV, the massive J-Fred radio network, and all across the socials.
You came first, John. Thank you very much, and you do a great job.
Right now, download the new WV Sports Nation app from the Apple Store or Google Play and get the entire Mountaineer sports world in the palm of your hand. Right now, get notified when new stories drop about your favorite Mountaineers teams and athletes. Download the WV Sports Nation app right now. Get updates on next level Mountaineers like Weatherholt and Joe Mazzulla. All that and more right in your pocket right now. Download the new WV Sports Nation app from the Apple Store or Google Play. Download the app right now.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's the John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk radio in the universe. You can call our toll-free number at 888-480-5646 to talk to John. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who is 6 months to a year ahead of everyone but God himself, John Fredericks.
Well, good morning. I'm John Fredericks, and welcome to the John Fredericks Media Network. It is great to have you with us today, coming from your nation's capital, live in Washington, D.C., America's greatest, most beautiful, cleanest city in America, safest there is. How to turn an absolute nightmare into Disneyland of the Northeast in 9 months or less by Donald J. Trump. It's great to have you with us, and please come visit our beautiful city, of which I'm a candidate for Ward 2 Chairman, DC GOP. Don't forget, coming to my big event. You're not going to miss that, right? You would never miss my big event. That is going to be on June 16th. Oh, yes, it's going to be cool at the City Tavern. Corey Lewandowski, keynote speaker. There's going to be a lot of people there. Morgan Griffith is coming. We're fired up about that. Also, Brandon Beach. We're going to win the midterms, and we're going to keep DC safe and beautiful going into our 250th anniversary. So thank you for doing that. And I want you to come. Yeah, you might have to drive there. There's plenty of hotels around in Northern Virginia, right? And City Tavern is right in Georgetown. We're going to have so much fun. Come and support our campaign, and you can help us out with a donation. Boy, that'd be great. I'd love to have that. And thank you so much. Just go to makedcgreat.com. MakeDCGreat.com. That's MakeDCGreat.com. And I hope to see you there. Look, Dan's going. So you get to meet Dan, our Dan Hobgood, our executive morning producer. Dan's coming. So that's going to be fun. Santana's coming, one of our executives in WV Sports Nation. She'll be taking pictures and all that good stuff. So MakeDCGreat.com, MakeDCGreat.com, and you are good to go. Danny boy, can't wait to see you there. Good to see you, as always. Good morning to you. And,
good morning back, yes.
Yeah, let me just start by saying that I got this beautiful note here and a wonderful contribution from two wonderful people. Actually, I got the note, but their name isn't on here, so I'm going to have to look that up. So we'll hold that one. We'll hold that one for 1 second here, and get to my 1775 coffee. So, but Dan, look, I'm excited that you're gonna be here.
Yeah,
right?
I'm excited too. This is almost just under a month away now. I guess, right?
Away. We got a lot of work to do planning that big event, and we got to pay for it, raise money, open bar. Dan, I know you don't drink, but you're gonna have an iced tea, right? You'd probably give you drinks to somebody else. Open bar, and what else? We got food, plenty. Whenever Ann's involved, there's always plenty of food. So that's all good. But I want to give a big shout out here to Dave and Diana Pelkey. Dave and Diana Pelkey in Henrico for just giving me a wonderful donation last night. And thank you for doing that so much. Dan and Diana Pelkey in Henrico. Thank you, Ann and I really appreciate it. Also want to thank Nancy Dye for giving us a donation. Nancy, thank you for that. Nancy and I, old friends. She is in Roanoke, ran for state Senate. I think that was 2015, came very close to winning that race, but worked for the Youngkin administration. Nancy, thank you. I really appreciate it. Don't take this stuff for granted. Joanne, the committee woman for the DC GOP, the national committee woman, Joanne Young, bought a ticket coming to our event. Thank you, Joanne, and many others out there. So we're going to get back to reading your names on the radio at 6 a.m. So if you give me a donation, tune in at 6, and we're going to go over it. Meantime, though, Dan, before we start, we got a lot to talk about today. We're going to go to South Carolina. We're going to go to the Minnesota fraud. I got a great lineup today. We're fired up. It's Thursday. I got a good night's sleep last night. Went to bed at 8:15 or 8:30 or something.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, and didn't do my push-ups today, so I slept in a little bit. Kind of feel bad about that. When I don't do them, I feel guilty a little bit. Like, come on, dude, step up here. But yeah, I didn't. Clock went off at 3:45, and I hit the snooze button.
Yeah,
3 times. It got up at 4:30, so forget it. It's all over. Anyway,
I've never hit the snooze button in my life, actually.
I've
never done it.
Normally I don't because I got to get up, but in this case, I mean it's tough. I was just tired, and I did a lot of walking around yesterday, different things Anna and I had to do, and so I was hot. I was tired.
Does your phone ever self update? Have you ever had that happen where it has one of those updates that it needs to go through or whatever else?
Yes.
I'm lucky that I woke up at 2 a.m. this morning just naturally because my phone's updated overnight. I'm afraid of what would have happened if I hadn't woken because they both had gone off through this update. And so I was, I like Doc Brown in Back to the Future. I got multiple alarms to go off at 3:30 for when I need to wake up, and my phones both went off because of these updates. And so
What time do you go to bed normally?
I try hard to go to bed before 9:30, so I at least get 6 hours. But that doesn't always happen.
I'm the same. I mean, I really try. I try to get in bed by 9. So, but if you can't take I don't take a nap during the day because I've got all this stuff to do.
Sure.
But the days where I'm up like till 10:30 or something.
It's just.
I mean, the good
awful.
news is, here's the good news.
Yeah.
The Houston Astros are so bad.
You don't have to stay up to watch them.
I don't watch any games. I don't watch them.
You can watch them and they put you to sleep. I don't know. One or the other.
Normally, I'd be up. This is especially in May, I'd be up, 9:30, 10, watching the game, especially when they're at home, watching the game on MLB, whatever I've got. And now I don't. I never. Why they suck? I mean, McCullers is hurt now. The whole team's hurt. It's a disaster. And so they're in last place. I think they've got the worst record in the major leagues. So, we're not going anywhere. So
if you heard my sports update this morning, I said, wait, this has to be a mistake. The Pirates won and they beat the Cardinals. But the Pirates finally off their losing.
Pirates are not that bad. They got to get a bullpen.
Yeah.
But they're not. The Pirates have got hope. Astros are an aging team with a lot of injuries. So the year's done. They probably have one more year in this cycle, but they're an aging team. But they're bringing some young players up, and we'll see what happens. But
at least they have a couple of World Series titles to show for the last 10 years or so.
I have no beef. I told my boys that are all down in the press. I'm like, look, you don't get it. I mean, I've been an Astro fan since 1965, right? So I've gone through, I don't know how many years that is. 35 plus 25 is 60, 61 years. And, I went through miserable times. And then from 2015 to 2025, 10 years, the last game in September, the last game of the regular season meant something. 2 times they didn't make the playoffs, 15 to 25, but both games at the end of the season, they were still in the hunt. So when you got your team and they're fighting to get in the playoffs all the way through the last game, you got no beef. I had that for 10 years in a row. So you know what? No whining. These things are going to happen. But now there's no baseball in the summer for Joe either. He's in rehab. So this is the first time he's not pitching the summer since he's 8. And he's 22. That's 14 years. So basically, I have nothing to do but go to bed early.
Well, that's a good thing for getting up before the crack of dawn. Even this time of year, you're still getting up before the crack of dawn in the summertime. You're getting up early, so yeah,
it's all good. It's all good. So anyway, it's good to have you. But I am ready to have my first sip of 1775 coffee. Here we go. Dan, that is the best coffee I've ever had. I can't believe how good this coffee is. Hang on. Damn, that's good coffee, folks. Quality of life. It's all about quality of life. Getting a good night's sleep, getting nice things from My Pillow, saving money, and drinking 1775 coffee. Dry roasted, fresh roasted, from Bolivia, highest mountains, fresh roasted daily. This is why the beans are so good. And I tell you what, when you get their premium or their dark roast and you grind those beans like I do, you grind them up in a little grinder thing. I mean, just smelling them is like, whoa, there's something about this that is really special. So if you're a coffee drinker and you want a quality of life and you want affordable coffee, the best coffee for the price, then go to 1775coffee.com, 1775coffee.com, promo code Godzilla, 10% off, and you are good to go. We've got a great lineup today. Oxman's going to be on at 7:05. Representative Kamek is going to be 7:30. Representative Jimmy Petronas, 8:05, Florida. We've got, Shea McGinnis coming to us from California. He's got to get up early, and he is president of the College Republicans of Georgetown University. Very excited to have Shea on today. And then, of course, at 9 to 10, the D.C. Dispatch. And joining the D.C. Dispatch, joining my ladies, Andy Ogles is going to be with us. So a great lineup, as always. And Nancy Mace is going to be on tomorrow. They reached out to me, and of course, I'm never going to deny Nancy an opportunity to talk to our audience. She's a great lady. She really is. I have a lot of respect for her and the things she's been through. And she's just a good person. She has her quirks, like we all do, right? We all a little quirky. So she's got those, but she's going to be with us tomorrow, God willing, 8:05. 888-480-JOHN. You want to weigh in? 888-405. 888-405. Corey says, a fan at 6 years old. Well, no, 7. Corey, I was 7. 1965, I was 7. I was born in 58. So 65 is went to the Astrodome. I became a fan. Long story, but I've been rooting for this team. I've not missed a box score. Even when they lose today, I still get up and see the box score, see they lost, whatever. Haven't missed a box score in 61 years. So that is a fan. But right now, we're the Lastros. So good. Bet Colorado last night. Hockey went to bed, losing 3-0 or something. That game over. Took it on the chin last night. Did win again with the Rays, though. So it was even last night. I did win the Rays. I bet against the Orioles every day. I don't care who they're playing. I just bet against them because they suck, too. 888-480-JOHN. Don't mean to dump on your O's, but they're not very good. And they just don't win. Wherever Alonso goes, he doesn't win. He's a good guy. That's weird. Somebody's got to look into psychology of that. Somebody's got to figure that out. The guy's so good, and he's a really good guy, but wherever he goes, like the locker room falls apart and he doesn't win, but it's not him. So I'm not sure what it is. We'll see. 888-480-JOHN. Okay, West Virginia University, they open the tournament today, 4:30 Eastern, I think. No, 7:30 Eastern, 4:30 Pacific time at the stadium in Arizona. They open today at the Big 12 tournament, and you can follow us all. Just go to wvsportsnation.com, wvsportsnation.com, and download the app Store or Google Play, WV Sports Nation. Download their app. Logan Powell's out there covering all the games live, and that is, you don't want to miss that. I think West Virginia wins this tournament. I think they're going to host a regional at home. I think they're going to win that. I think they're going to go to the Super Regionals. I think they're going to win that. And they're going to Omaha, and I'm going. That's all I know. I'm going. Not going to miss that for the world. That is going to be a lot of fun. 888-480-JOHN. Now, I'll get to the phone calls after bottom of the hour. So, guys, hang in there. Let me tell you a couple things. In South Carolina, Pam Evitt, absolute beastomania, driving this redistricting. So here's what happened. It got voted out of the House late the other night. I think it was not last night, the night before. 1 a.m. got voted out of the House, the new maps. Now it goes to the Senate in Columbia. Now, the Senate in South Carolina is a little more of a deliberative body. We know that, right? They're going to deliberate. So here's what we anticipate. They don't need a supermajority. They need a simple majority. They have the votes, right? There's 4, maybe 5 voting no. It's not enough. They have the votes. And by the way, when they vote no, that's the end of them. They'll be primaried and out whenever they come up in their next cycle. Have a nice life. They're going to get Indiana. They're going to get cornered. You like those verbs? Indiana'd, cornered. They're going to get massied. How about that one? They're going to get massied. How do I come up with all this stuff, Dan? They're going to get Indiana'd, corned, and Massey'd all in one. So this vote we expect Sunday night. It's got to be Sunday. It's got to be sometime on Sunday because that's the end of the special session. They're going to vote on Sunday. They're going to pass it. And then what they're likely to do is move the congressional races. This is interesting. They're going to move the congressional races from the primaries from June 9th because there's new maps. They can't do that. They're going to keep the governor's stuff and all, but they're going to move the congressional maps. I'm going to ask Nancy about this tomorrow. They're going to move the congressional maps, the congressional primary to August 11th, I think. Now, here's the question. If you're running for governor, like Nancy Mace and Ralph Norman, they're running for governor, neither of them look likely right now to make the runoff, but they could. So here's a decision they have to make, because if they have new maps, they're going to give you until June 8th in order to qualify, register, get votes, whatever it is, signatures, whatever you have to do to get on the ballot. They're going to have to give you until June 8th in order to qualify and express your desire to run in any of those new maps, because they're all going to get changed. Then the question becomes the two gubernatorial candidates who are in Congress now that, of course, didn't file for the existing maps, which that primary would be June 9th. Well, can they file now? I don't see why they couldn't. And I don't know, but I don't think the Senate would pass something saying, no, you can't file, because anybody can file. I mean, they're reopening it. Just because you filed for governor, you could drop out of the governor's race and then file back for another one of these seats. So, but that's not been decided. But it could happen that Mace or Norman or both could say, you know what, I don't think I'm going to win this primary. I think I'm going to get a runoff on the 9th. Therefore, I'll file for one of these new seats by the 8th. Right? Now that could happen. So a lot of different things to play. But the good news is we're going to gain this one seat in California, which gets us closer to our magic number of 11. We get 11 seats out of the gutting of the Voting Rights 2.0. We get 11 seats out of this. We're going to hold Congress. I don't want 8. I want 11. This gets us one step closer to 11 seats. Friends, you're on the John Fredericks Media Network, Trucking the Truth. When I get back, we got phone calls, plus the biggest fraud ever in Minnesota exposed. This person could get 50 years. Unbelievable. That when I get back. Stay with us.
By receiving the sacrament of confession often. Next, make sure you are right with your family, friends, and all those who are in your world. Apologize to those who have offended you and mend relationships that need healing. Make each day a preparation for your last day on earth, because it just may be. I'm Susie Kelly, and I am passionately Catholic.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
What if you had a plan to build income outside your job? At Lifestyles Unlimited, you'll learn how people are investing in real estate to grow their income and make smarter financial choices one property at a time. Right now, join us for just $297. That's a savings of $443 off our real estate education program. Text RADIO to 88007. That's RADIO to 88007. Presented by Lifestyles Unlimited.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
1775 Coffee is giving away free starter kits. Try the dark or medium roast coffee with longevity blend, an infused blend with anti-aging supplements clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a third 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
The Cats and Cosby Show.
It's a common sense recap of the big stories.
This meeting with China and President Trump, the stakes couldn't be higher.
Listen, China's not our friend. They've been stealing our technology. They've been stealing the AI, responsible for the COVID. We have to be very, very careful about giving stuff to China.
Cats and Cosby, 5 Eastern, 4 Central on the John Fredericks Media Network.
It's the top news of the day.
China wants the oil from Iran.
They want to make a deal that's good for them and not piss us off too much.
Money for the ballroom comes up for a vote. You're in Congress. Yay or nay?
Right now, I don't feel it's a priority, but the president, I mean, I think we could get a lot of views.
Vote. There's 2 cards, red, green. I mean, there's only
Listen,
2
I bleed red.
Are you going to vote yes or no for the ballroom? It's a simple question. Ola.
I don't think it'll ever hit the floor or hit a. There are other things that are priority before the ballroom.
So you're not going to answer the question. I mean, here's the problem. You're running for Congress. People want truth and clarity. I've given you 2 questions. You hedged on.
I don't think that the ballroom is a priority.
So you'd vote no.
See, this is the thing. I don't think it's a priority, but I will never go against the president. You can't.
He's the voice of Virginia.
No, you can't. You have one of the worst voices I've ever heard in my life.
And the commander of common sense.
Fire at will, Commander.
Now back to the John Fredericks Show.
Okay, baby, let's go. Salty, my good friend Crom Carmichael. This guy is brilliant. I tell you what, I take my Salty every day. This is all natural tea extract. My cholesterol perfect. My blood pressure perfect. Everything. My heart perfect. My doctor's like, "Wow, you're a little overweight there. You're 68 years old, but everything checks out. What are you doing?" I mean, I'm like, "Dude, I take Salties." Guy's like, "What?" It's like, you got to check this out, doc. It's not prescription. It's tea extract invented. Now, he says he didn't invent it. You know, Crom says, "Oh, I didn't invent it. Somebody else invented it." Look, as far as I'm concerned, if it wasn't for you, Crom Carmichael, there'd be no Salty, right? So maybe you got doctors to invent it, but you were the inspiration behind it. That's why we love you, Crom. Take your Salty because you take 2 of these a day. And I tell you what, over time, cholesterol, perfecto, right? Heart, good, got your ticker going because it's all tea extract. Get you the things that clears you out, and especially as you get a little long in the tooth. So, and again, very affordable. I take 2 every single day, and I'd buy 2, get 1 free. But in the first order, you're going to get it big. You're going to get 2 for 1. Just go to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. Just make a subscription to Salty, GodzillaHeart.com. Promo code Godzilla. Get your Salty. Get your 2 for 1. And then you get a subscription. You get every 2 you buy, you get 1 free. And it's very inexpensive, and it works. And I'm a walking, talking picture of health at my age at 68, even though I'm a little overweight, right? 245. What am I? 242. I'm supposed to get like 210. So I got another 35 to go. But, and I don't always eat right and things of that nature. But tell you what, never leave home without my Salty, and I'm good to go. Biggest fraud ever, $235 million in Minnesota. This thing, Dan, is unbelievable. At the center of this, when you peel all this away, by the COVID-19 pandemic. It seems like every single benefit from the COVID pandemic was scammed and the fraud. Here we've got in Minnesota this lady facing a 50-year jail sentence. She had this thing called Feeding Our Future. It was publicly exposed on a cold January day in 22 when federal agents swarmed Minneapolis. They raided this lady Brock's offices, served search warrants on her and dozens of businesses that were supposed to be dishing out the meals. I mean, it's bad enough they stole the money. They didn't even give the meals to the kids that were supposed to get it. Now, these were meals meant for kids that normally got breakfast and lunch by going to school, but they couldn't go to school. So they were supposed to dish these out. $235 million. It's just incredible. This lady's name is Ames Brock. She's scheduled for the sentencing today, and prosecutors have brought charges covering only about $300 million of that, the vast majority of it tied to Bach. This thing went deep in the Somalian community. I think 75 people have been indicted. I mean, and then you look at this COVID, everything we did was, this money was stolen. It was in the billions of dollars was stolen. You know, we try to do the right thing. We try to help people. You know, Biden blew the budget out with this stuff, and it was all got stolen. Not all of it, but so much of it got stolen. It's like, what is going on in this country? I mean, this money was meant for kids, and they just stole it. And I don't know. Her attorney asked for 3 years. I don't think they're getting that. But prosecutors asked for 50 years. And look, I don't want to, I don't like to see anybody going away. But you steal this kind of money, and you steal it from kids' mouths. Yuck! I mean, what are you thinking? And this thing, 75 people involved in it, but seems like it doesn't matter what money, whether it's, small business loans or COVID loans or unemployment or tax credit, doesn't matter what it is. People found a way to scam it. I mean, when you're just giving money, it's floating around, you got to give it away. People are going to scam the system. And it's sad. It's sad that we're in this position. It's just sad state of affairs. It's just sad. Try to get up every day. So many of us just have been through tough times. You just try to get up every day, go to work, take care of your family, and would never dream of doing anything even close to this. I mean, anything. And look, we're not perfect, right? We've all made mistakes in life, but this stuff is, just a fraud that went on, and it became a business, the business of fraud, the business of stealing from the U.S. taxpayer. Now we're paying the piper with a $40 trillion debt that we can't possibly pay off. That's a whole nother story. All right, let's get to the phone lines, 888-480-JOHN. Let's get to John in Jersey. John, you're live.
Hey, Johnny. How you doing, buddy?
Good, bud.
Good morning. I'll tell you, man, your shows lately, off the charts.
Thank you.
Keep up the great work.
Thank you.
So yeah, it's not why I called, but, I'm in healthcare, and to watch that COVID from the inside, it really broke your heart. And then the funny thing is that once the money stopped, everything changed. So it was, if you have common sense and you're watching these things, and I have a background in finance, you understood this was it was disgusting. It was a scam. Anyway, to get to why I'm calling, Don, I just have to, I don't think people really have gotten enlightened on just how important that Paxton endorsement was, and just how, I'm almost ashamed, because I doubted this president early on with, the accountability and stuff like that. Because, he really, if you had any shredded doubt that Trump wasn't our guy, the fact that he went out on a limb and all the markets had him at 80% that he was going to endorse Cornyn. He basically just followed the base. He's surrounded by the people that got him elected that were hired by Cornyn. So if you ever think that this guy's in it for anything but the people. I mean, that endorsement base, it just said everything you needed to know. And I laugh because I believe Cornyn's going to win by 20 points. So, because people are really going to go. I mean, just the momentum, everything.
Paxton. Paxton's going to win by 20.
Paxton. Yeah, I mean Paxton. Yeah, I'm sorry. But, that's why I'm not on the radio.
Okay.
Anyway, but I believe Paxton will win by 20 points. But, I mean, it just the momentum, everything. I mean, really, it's just what an incredible endorsement. He really went out on a limb for the base. He really had our best interest at heart, and just I think people really need to understand just how much pressure was on him to go the other way. And that was the easy thing to do, but instead he went with the base and he did the right thing. And that's what, I'm just so proud of my vote. And I'm almost ashamed I doubted him early on. But we are getting, our accountability. And we're getting it in spades, baby. And just to go back to that Somalian thing, Ilhan Omar greenlit that entire program. So hopefully we get some accountability on that one.
Define greenlit.
She was the one that pushed the legislation for that. What's it called? Feeding something was feeding the future or whatever the case may be.
Feeding the future.
Yeah, she was basically pounding the doors, really pushing for it to get the legislation through in Minnesota. I mean, that's why they're now. I got to believe they're trying to tie it into her. I mean, there's a lot of rhetoric out there, and nothing really seems to be happening on that end. But you got the right people saying the right things. So I'm sure, they're being extremely careful. It's funny. I have to always go back to this. I know this is a crazy analogy, but we're dealing with the federal government. I mean, where I work, it took us a year and a half to decide on what color uniforms we were going to have. So the bottom line is that's just where I work. The wheels of motion are nice and slow, and it's deliberate. And, obviously we're getting where we need to be in this movement in spades.
Well, I appreciate that, John. I really appreciate those words, and obviously the president absolutely did the right thing in supporting Team Paxton, which I have been on since this thing started. That's why we did the 2-week bus tour there for him, and it was a lot of fun. And Paxton is going to be our next U.S. Senator, and I'm excited about it. And as I said, he represents MAGA 2.0. Said that from the beginning. I think his victory in Texas over Cornyn, and then his victory in the general, which he is going to win, is going to be a watershed day for us. So very excited about it. Johnny, thank you. Thank you so much. Let's get to Rob in New York, line 2. Rob, you're live.
Morning, John.
Hey, Rob.
How are you? Just to add on quickly with Paxton, that I was a little surprised with it too. I think a lot of that had to do with Cassidy not even making the runoff. Mm-hmm. And the president's not stupid. He wants to win. We see what's going on. He did great in all those primaries. I think it was 37-0. But we got another problem in this country to show how insane the left is. So we got Nazi tattoo guy up in Maine, but now we got some nut who I think either won a primary or she's in the runoff out in Texas. That crazy loon Democrat for some congressional district. She wants to put Zionists and ICE agents and pedophiles in concentration camps and castrate them. I mean, this woman's out of her mind. But then again, that's where the Democrat Party is right now. And in a way, I'm glad she said the quiet part out loud, because I know deep down there are plenty of people here in this country on the left that would love to round up people like you, like me, your listeners, and just put us in a concentration camp for deprogramming or execution. I mean, it's nuts. And then last night, I was a big fan of the 80s movies. So I read something someone shared with me with Molly Ringwald. I remember the actress. She's saying, well, when Trump's gone from office, we're going to round up all you guys, MAGA guys, and charge you with treason. Treason? That's where we are in this country? If you have a different political view, it's treasonous?
I mean, look at what
People
they're saying.
sick.
Dan is trying. That clip is on Grabian. Dan, see if you can find it. I saw it. I didn't put it in the rundown. So you got to go to Grabian and skim through it. But she's talking about she said, elect me, and I will put American Zionists. I'll repurpose the ICE detention centers and put in American Zionists. Now, what is an American Zionist? It's a Jew. I mean, that's a Jew. So you want to get Jews rounded up and put in internment camps instead of criminal illegals, or you'd rather get Jews. This is a candidate for Congress that has won the Democrat, that is a Democrat nominee. I mean, these people are crazy. The anti-Semitism in this country. I mean, can you imagine? I'm running on a platform, elect me, and I will jail Jews. I mean, Rob, this is we're going to find the clip. Dan, you got to find it while I get on to the next call. Just go and find it. It's in Grabian. It's unbelievable. I mean, she actually said this. She said it's part of her platform. Rob, where are we going with this, Rob?
I don't know.
I mean,
look,
you know, it's I'm
also
a Catholic. You're a Jew. What do you tell your kids? What do you tell your boys, Rob?
You know what? They're used to it. They see this stuff. You know, my kids actually watch the news. They're online, and they just shake their head. They're like, they asked me, was this like when you were a kid? I said, look, it's always there. I mean, there were times people hated on Catholics, people hated on the Irish, people hated on this one. I said, but generally most people are really, good people. That's just a minority of folks who do that. But now this is so mainstream. I don't know too many Holocaust survivors anymore because a lot of them have passed away from natural causes. But was this like what Germany was like in the early 30s? I mean, makes you really wonder. And I don't understand how that's happening today. And while we're on the topic of the Jews, so Mandami will be the first mayor in decades to never go to the annual Israel Day parade that they have on Fifth Avenue in Manhattan. Just to show you how crazy this is, he's going to be the first mayor that's not going to go. One year, Donald Trump was the marshal of that parade when he was, in the real estate business. Mm-hmm. But yet, who gets labeled the anti-Semite by the left? Trump, not Mandami. Mm-hmm. He's their hero. This world is upside down.
Define Zionist.
Zionism? It's the belief in the existence of Israel. Because if you go into the old, into the Bible, it talks about Zion, which is about rebuilding Jerusalem, where the two holy temples were up there on the Temple Mount, and that's all it is. It's not a racist ideology. I mean, we went through that in the 70s, I believe, when Daniel Patrick Moynihan was the UN ambassador. When the UN tried to equate Zionism with racism. I mean, that's utterly ridiculous. You've been to Israel. You go to the old city. Go to the old city of Jerusalem. You have in the old section, you have the Jewish quarter, you have the Armenian quarter, you have the Christian quarter, and you even have a Muslim quarter
and a Catholic corner.
So
I mean, it's just. Right. Well, when you say I want to jail American Zionists. Now, I don't care how
that
you
means
want to.
Jews.
That means Jews. That's why I asked you the question. It means I want to jail Jews.
Yeah.
You're a Jew, therefore you should get rounded up and put in a camp. I mean, and they let it get away with this. And there's no pushback from the media. Dan, find that clip. I saw it somewhere. It's in Grabian, somewhere in the middle. It's unbelievable. I don't even know what to say. Rob, hang in there. I'm going to try to find that clip, though, and play it, so don't go away. Let's get to Paul in Michigan. Thank you, Rob. Paul, go.
Hey, good morning, John. Hey, I just wanted to just wondering what are you hearing about the just over to this the H-1B stuff and Rosemary Jenks and Eli is that Manning? Eli Manning's legislation? Where's that at?
Don't know. Haven't been following it. I'm sorry. I was all over it when it first went out, but we cut with everything else.
Yeah.
We lost track of it.
The
White House doesn't really. The White House doesn't want to talk about it because it really upsets their base. So they just don't want to talk about it. So it's not front and center. And now, I was in there with Vance the other day, and that would have been the question I would have asked him if I got an opportunity to ask him is, where are we with these H-1B visas and why do we have them? I also don't like, 500,000 Chinese students going to the universities, and the president is taking the position that, well, without their money paying full tuition, these universities would collapse. And my view is then let them collapse. If you need foreign students to prop up your education system, you got a problem. You got a bigger problem than 500,000 Chinese students doing who knows what. But
that's ridiculous.
You're not going to agree on everything.
I can't believe.
Not going to agree.
I know.
I don't agree with that. I would get rid of the whole H-1B visa program. I would just scrap it.
Yeah.
It's of no value to us. And don't be telling me our kids can't do that work. Our kids are smart. They're coming out of college. They're smart. And they can do it, give them the opportunity. It's about cheap labor.
Maybe you could bring Rosemary back on.
Yeah. Okay. Let me jot that down. Rosemary Jenks
from the Immigration Accountability Project.
Yeah, I got a number.
But it also, have you heard anything on the USMC negotiations? That's supposed to be renegotiated for 26.
The what?
Have you heard anything on
the USMC? Is that the deal with Canada?
That's a free trade. That's a
That's
the BS free trade zone thing.
That was look, dude. That was not worth the paper it was written on. That was basically NAFTA light. That's all that was. That was just NAFTA light.
Right.
So I had, we backed it because it was better than NAFTA, but I'm not for that. I'm not for any of that stuff. I want us to build our stuff here. I don't want NAFTA. I don't want USMDC. I don't want this. I don't want that. I want tariffs. And that's all got to play out. But I'm not a fan of either.
Yeah.
I'm
that's supposed to be.
Dude, I am hardline.
Supposed to be redoing it.
Redo what? It's a not.
Well, I mean, they were going to tighten it up. They were going to tighten it up and tighten the enforcement up on it. So, yeah, I mean, I'd like to see them throw it all out also, but I don't think that's going to happen.
Okay. I will find that clip for you, Dan, when we get to the top of the hour, because I remember seeing it on Grabian. But I'll find it and send it to you. Just responding to Dan's chat here. 888-480-JOHN. Anything else, Paul, in Michigan? How's your Senate race look?
Well, it's heating up, and I was just wondering, there's a governor's race, right, too, coming up with Mike Rogers, and I was wondering if you would come out to Michigan with your bus tour at all. Have you ever considered something like that?
I've have no relationship with anybody there. I mean, it's a good question, but I have no relationship with anybody in Michigan.
Yeah, I know you pulled
it's not good or bad. It's not good or bad. There's no reason. I just don't have one.
Right.
I mean, I'm not. I don't know Rogers. Rogers is running for U.S. Senate, isn't he?
I think he's running for governor.
Who's your U.S. Senate candidate?
I don't know.
See, I don't either. That's why I'm not going there. I don't know any of the players. Sorry.
Yeah.
Well, hang in there, buddy.
No, but yeah, thanks a lot. Love your show, John. Thanks for everything
Paul.
you do.
Thank you. You're on the John Fredericks Media Network. We got Dan Oxner coming up, Minnesota. Mike Lindell, he's going to be on tomorrow. Who else we got here? We got Oxman. We got Representative Kat Kamek. Yay. We've got Congressman Jerry Petronis, my man. Shane McGinnis, DC Dispatch, all coming up right here on the John Fredericks Media Network. Stay with us. Don't go away.
WJFN W224EB 92.7 FM Chester, W299DB 107.7 Barnaire, 100.5 FM Goochland, and WJFB.
Breaking news this hour from Town Hall. I'm Rich Thomason. Saying we have Cuba on our mind, President Trump calls the indictment of former Cuban President Raul Castro a very big moment for Cuban Americans.
The Cuban population of Miami and certainly beyond Miami, people that came there that were decimated, whose families were ruined, appreciate what the Attorney General just did today and was just doing now, is just watching it. So we have Cuba on our mind. Very important.
But asked whether there would be escalation with Cuba, the president said that's not necessary. Quoting Mr. Trump, the place is falling apart. It's a mess, and they've sort of lost control. Castro and 5 others indicted in the U.S. in connection with the Cuban military's fatal downing of 2 planes 30 years ago. Castro's facing murder and other charges. Senate Republicans are considering dropping a proposal for $1 billion in security funds. It relates to President Trump's ballroom project at the White House.
The president was asked if he's worried about the ballroom funding.
I'm building the ballroom.
In the Senate, Louisiana Republican John Kennedy says they're back to square one. North Carolina's Tom Tillis says adding the security funding was a bad idea. He does not think there is enough backing to pass it, even if the price is reduced. Vermont Democrat Peter Welch says this comes as many voters are struggling to make ends meet.
The folks that you represent and I represent really wonder, why are we spending $1 billion on a ballroom?
President Trump had originally said private money would cover the ballroom project. Ed Donahue, Washington.
3 people are dead. More than a dozen first responders had to be quarantined for exposure to a mystery substance. It happened after they were called to a suspected drug overdose at a rural New Mexico home. The Dow futures down 162. More on these stories, townhall.com.
If you're considering investing in precious metals, don't wait. The Iranian conflict seems to be nearing an end, and the time is now to position your retirement for massive growth. Advantage Gold is America's #1 precious metals company, and they want to send you a free gold and silver investor guide valued at $49 when you call 800-900-8000. Plus, you'll get a free copy of economist Ken Rogoff's book, Our Dollar, Your Problem. Our specialists can help you open a new account or transfer funds from an existing IRA, tax and penalty free, and show you how a gold-backed IRA can put real, tangible assets into your retirement portfolio. Markets react to news cycles, but gold has maintained its value through inflation, volatility, and economic uncertainty. When the purchasing power of the dollar declines, that's when investors turn to gold and silver. Make your move now. Call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000. Results may vary. Consult your financial advisor before investing. Call 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000.
Harvard's faculty votes to raise the bar.
The faculty voted to limit the number of A grades awarded to undergraduates. It's one of the most sweeping efforts by a major university to curb grade inflation. Starting in fall 2027, instructors in letter-graded courses at Harvard College can give A grades to no more than 20% of students in a class, plus 4 additional students. A- grades will not be capped. Faculty also approved a new system using average percentile rank rather than GPA to compare students for honors and awards. Supporters say the changes will restore the meaning of top grades after more than 60% of undergraduate grades were in the A range in recent years. I'm Haya Panjwani.
A couple of police officers who helped to defend the U.S. Capitol during the January 6th riot are suing to block anyone from receiving payouts from a new $1.7 billion settlement fund for those who claim to be victims of politically motivated prosecutions. News and analysis, townhall.com. The Baltimore bridge collapse trial will go ahead as planned.
A federal judge has refused to postpone a trial next month for civil claims stemming from the 2024 collapse of Baltimore's Francis Scott Key Bridge. U.S. District Judge James Bradar ruled Wednesday that the trial will start on June 1st as scheduled, despite the objections of companies involved in the deadly disaster. The judge heard the request for a delay less than 2 weeks after prosecutors announced the filing of criminal charges against the companies and an employee. 6 construction workers who had been filling potholes were killed in the bridge collapse. Keith Peters, Washington.
Elon Musk announcing plans for one of the biggest sales of stock to the public ever. It's for his space company. Financial filing shows that SpaceX lost $2.6 billion from operations last year on $18.7 billion in revenue. More on these stories, townhall.com.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets, as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, MyPillow mattresses and MyPillow mattress toppers as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets. Regular $69.98. Now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard MyPillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale only $14.98. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's going to ship absolutely free.
To take advantage of the second annual mega sale, go to MyPillow.com or call 800-854-0504 and use promo code Godzilla.
1775 Coffee is giving away free starter kits. Try the dark or medium roast coffee with longevity blend, an infused blend with anti-aging calcium alpha-ketoglutarate, which has been clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a third 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
All right, folks, I need you to do something right now. Go to johnfredericksradio.com and take our brand new 2028 Republican presidential straw poll. Who do you want leading the ticket? Don't let the elites decide. Make your voice heard. While you're there, weigh in on 2 huge issues: eminent domain reform and President Trump's tariff policies. Are they protecting American workers or hurting growth? This is your movement, your vote, your voice, your choice. Go to johnfredericksradio.com right now and take the poll.
Hey folks, Al Green here for SatPhone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need SatPhone. SatPhones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your SatPhone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your sat phone. Call now.
Ponder this. We intake oxygen every time we breathe, and breathing is how we stay alive. When God first created man, he breathed life into him. Our Lord also breathed spiritual life into his apostles and filled them with the Holy Spirit at the first Pentecost. Oxygen is a source of life both physically and spiritually. It's the same keep a fire burning, which begs the question, are you on fire for the Lord, or has your spiritual oxygen been extinguished? To answer this, we must go to the source. The source of our spiritual oxygen is the Lord himself. Without him, there is no life within us. Those are his words, not mine. We are called to tap into this life source by baptism, daily prayer, and receiving the sacraments, especially Holy Communion if you are a Catholic, in the state of grace. If we tap into this life source every day, our lives will be filled with the love of the Lord, our spiritual oxygen. I'm Susie Kelly, and I am passionately Catholic.
Quite frankly, we bring in $12 million to the university. Nothing to do with state funds. We make $12 million a year for this university. Get some facts and come back and see me. Get some facts and come back and see me. Don't throw out salaries or other things. Get some facts and come back and see me. We turn over $12 million to the University of Connecticut, which is state-run. Next question.
He's the voice of Virginia.
No, you can't. You have one of the worst voices I've ever heard in my life.
And the commander of common sense.
Fire at will, Commander.
Now back to the John Fredericks Show.
Well, great to have you back. I'm John Fredericks, and I am your Godzilla of the truth in America, your oracle of the deplorables, truth and clarity, right here. Thank you for joining us. As always, looking forward to you calling me and telling me what's on your mind. 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-5646, 888-480-5646 if you want to weigh in. Lots going on. Obviously, we've got a great lineup. Kat Kamek is going to be with us. Representative Florida, she'll be with us at 7:30. Jimmy Petronis is Florida Day. He's at 8. We go on from there. DC Dispatch rolling at 9 o'clock. We got our Republican candidate for Attorney General is going to be joining us, plus our DC Dispatch panel, all coming up right here on the John Fredericks Media Network. Ox is coming up pretty soon whenever we get a hold of him. Maybe overslept. Maybe he had that same thing happen to his update phone. Like it happened to you, Dan. You never know what happened. So that could happen. All right. I got a new video out, MakeDCGreat.com, MakeDCGreat.com. I figure you guys want to see it, even though it's up on our site. Well, it'll be up there soon, MakeDCGreat.com. We texted it out the other day here in DC, but check this out. Tell me what you think. Roll it, Danny. Hi, folks. John Fredericks here, candidate, DC GOP Ward 2 Chairman, June 16th, Republican primary. I'm standing here in beautiful McPherson Park right now, right in Ward 2, right by the White House, right by the Department of Treasury, one of the most iconic parks in the ward. You know what's amazing? When we first got here, Joe Biden was still in the White House. This park, which you're seeing right now, the beauty of it, the flowers, the people having fun, families out here with their children, dogs running around. Now, we got a problem with rats, as you know, but very beautiful park. When we got here, count them. There were 71 tents here. Now, you try to look at this park right now, and you imagine there were 71 tents. There was pot being distributed. There were drug dealers going on. People were defecating right in the middle of the road. When you walked out here on a Saturday, you walked 2 blocks past this park, you would get high from the residue of the weed that was here. It was a disgusting situation. This has been cleaned up, and now one of the most beautiful parks in the city. If you want to keep it this way, if you want to keep Washington, D.C. safe and beautiful for you and your family, then I ask for your vote on June 16th. Your ballots are in the mail right now. Just get your Republican ballot. Vote for me, John Fredericks, D.C. GOP Ward 2 Chairman, and I'm going to fight every day to keep this park clean, to keep this city park. We're going to build something here in Ward 2 that you're going to be proud of. This is our home. This is where we live. We deserve a beautiful park. We deserve it to be clean, and President Trump has done a super job in getting this done, and we need to hold our council accountable to be sure that these 71 tents that were here don't come back, ever. They belong in homeless shelters where they are now, getting the proper care, and we deserve a park that we can take our family to. Vote for me, June 16th, primary. Mail your ballot in now. John Fredericks, DC GOP Ward 2 Chairman. This message has been paid for by the Fredericks for Chairman campaign, and I approve this message. What'd you think, Dan?
Great ad. Really good. Nicely done, Jeff.
Thank you. These are kind of fun, these video ads, because you can just walk up and do just ad lib, basically, right? It's not like you're in front of a TV camera. You got a teleprompter. So I mean, it's tiny. It's one ward in DC for every Republican Party. So it's not like you're running for Congress. But I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying meeting the people. I'm enjoying talking to people, and I'm enjoying the whole aspect. And look, this is one of the things that I think are critical. I ask everybody to get involved locally, be a precinct captain, be a precinct chairman, get involved with your local party. It's not always comfortable. They don't want you. You're an outsider. They got their own thing. They got a fiefdom. Look, I get it all. It's not easy. And but this is how you build it up. And if I'm going to ask everybody else to do it, I got to do it, right? I mean, I got to do the same thing. And the fact that we're getting 7% of the vote. I don't care if I'm getting 7% or 70%. If you don't do anything, you don't change anything. So you got to practice. You got to practice what you preach.
Well, I take your word for it, but the thing about the park now, looking at it in the backdrop of that ad, very serene.
It's
Looks
gorgeous.
very peaceful.
Yeah, very, very good. That was a Sunday morning. I think it was last Sunday, and they planted flowers. There's flower beds there, and and when we went and visited there, and we're hoping Trump was going to win, and maybe we'd move back. And we looked at the area. It was just horrible. It was so bad when Biden was there. I think it was 23 or early 23 or end of 22, something like that. It was horrible. But the city has really been revitalized, and all of that goes to the president. And I want to keep pushing that out there. That's why I do columns on it and everything else. I'm enjoying learning about my local area. So it's been it's a lot of work, like anything. It's work, but whenever you can get involved locally and understand the issues, that's when you get closer to the people. So it's all good. 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-5646. But you can't do any of this, folks, without a good night's sleep. You just can't do it. You can talk about it. You can maybe do it, but you got to get a good night's sleep. Dan and I were talking about this earlier. REM sleep. Ann and I take one every night. Last night, I know exactly when he took it, 8:30, because what was it? The hockey game was on, and it was still the first period. And I'm like, and Ann's like, you got to get ready for bed, dude. I said, yeah, let me go take my REM sleep, go in the cabinet, take one, give one to Ann. 15 minutes later, brush my teeth. I'm out like a light, and I slept 7.5 hours solid. This is because of my REM sleep. And you dream like crazy, which is what you want because it puts you in that deep sleep. And it's so inexpensive. These are the things I tell you about to just help you lead a better life because I take these every 7 days a week. I travel with them. I got them all over the place in case I forget one. And they're all natural. So just go to healthycell.com, healthycell.com/Godzilla, healthycell.com/Godzilla, promo code Godzilla. And you're going to get 20% off your first order. Now, I take 3 Healthy Cells a day. REM sleep, which I absolutely guarantee and recommend for everybody that it's going to help you sleep better. I also take the multivitamin when I get up, and I take the Focus. Those are the 3 things I take. But if you only want to take one, get the REM sleep. If you can do 2 of them, get the multivitamin because it's a gel. It goes right into your system. You're not peeing it out like you do with the hard casing, and it goes right into your cells, right into your system, and you get the nutrients that you need. So go to healthycell.com, promo code Godzilla, 20% off, and we thank Dr. G. Papa and his son Doug and Tara for putting this all together. And Tara, good luck to your Mounters. Looks like we're the Lastros. 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-JOHN. You want to weigh in? Okay, let's get to this clip I was talking about where we got a Democratic Congresswoman who basically says, elect me and I will lock up all the Jews. That's basically what she said. Not in those words, but she says, I'm going to turn ICE detention centers into internment camps for Zionists. Definition of a Zionist, Jew. So elect her, and she's going to lock up Jews. You can't make this stuff up. Go ahead, roll it. Take a listen.
I don't even know this person existed. I don't know anything about it, except that these crazy comments surfaced yesterday, and a number of people sent it to me, and I thought, this is a perfect example of where the Democratic Party is going. We say all the time, this is not your father's Democratic Party. They are electing and sending people through these primary processes to run for Congress who are openly about Marxists and anti-Semites and have crazy positions on all these really important issues facing the country. So we have nothing to do with that.
Well, I think you probably saw that many of the progressives in our party condemned her and made it very clear that she has zero place in the Democratic Party. I think that's what our leadership said as well. And I also said this afternoon that if for some crazy reason she gets elected, that I will vote and make a motion to expel her every single day that we're here.
I mean, first of all, my reaction is if she winds up winning that election, as soon as she's sworn in, I will force a vote to expel her. And I will force a vote to expel her every single solitary day until I achieve that objective. She's not welcome in the Democratic Party. She's not welcome in Congress. Okay, talking about taking Americans and putting them in concentration camps, right? This is not just escalatory behavior. This happened. My grandmother was part of the Kindertransport out of Germany. Her parents were killed in Auschwitz. My kids are not going to camps. So I don't care if it's Galindo or someone else now that tries to escalate it and copy her. You're not coming to Congress. I'll kick you out.
Do you think that she's a legit Democratic candidate?
Anyone who wants to put any American in camps is not legit to me. Okay?
So here's the problem. Okay, and let me wait. Keep that up, Dan. So I missed that thing there for me to read, because if you're not, if you're doing the radio, you can't see that final thing. I mean, this basically the.
I don't even know this person exists.
No. Yeah, let's get to the end there. That's it. I mean, let's look at this. She said, when Maureen gets into Congress, she'll write legislation so that all Zionism is undoubtedly anti-Semitic, since it's Zionist. I mean, she basically called for, Dan, that's good. She called for Jews to get locked up. She is the Democrat nominee of a district in Texas. She won a primary. I mean, those Democratic congressmen can say, I have nothing to do with her. This is what your party represents. Did anybody go down there to defeat her? To put up a legitimate candidate? I mean, this is a person running for the United States Congress who is the Democrat nominee who wants to incarcerate Jews. And it's 2026. Incarcerate Jews in America. Round them up and put them in a camp. Anti-Semitism. Can't get more blatant than that. And yet she's the Democrat nominee. The Democrat nominee for the United States Senate in Maine in a swing district. Swing district. To try to beat Collins, who is raising money. This guy, Plattner. Swastika tattooed on him. Anti-Semite. Communist revolutionary. This is why they're not going to win. I don't care how many Democrats disavow. They've not disavowed this guy. They're going to go out and campaign with him. If they can win that seat and get another vote in the Senate, they don't care that he's got a swastika tattoo. And I ran this, for those that have never gotten a tattoo, that don't understand the process, his response was, I don't mean to be redundant, but his response was, well, I was young and, drinking and stuff like that. No, that's not the way it works. That's not how you get a tattoo. If you're drunk, they can't work on you. You have to schedule it. You have to get the artwork done. You have to stencil it. You have to pay them. You have to be over 18. You can't walk in on a bender and somebody just draws a tattoo on you. It's not the way it works. Now, maybe he was 18 when he got it, but you had to go through a process, and then you had to convince an artist, wherever you got it, to draw it. And it takes hours. It's not a 10-minute process. I speak from experience. I have a slew of them. I plan these 12 months out. They take hours, sometimes 2 sittings, although I try to do it in one, but you can't always do that because the big ones take a long time. I mean, I speak from experience. So don't be telling me I got a swastika, I was on a bender and I was young. Well, then remove it. I mean, there's ways now to remove it. He never removed it. So this is your Democrat Party, folks. You can't spin this. This is why we are going to win. I don't care about the ballroom. I don't care about the $1.8 million fund. None of this matters when you've got candidates that are calling for Jews to be rounded up and put in camps. This is now what your party represents. And you can't get away from it, sir or madam. You cannot get away from it. You allowed this to happen. You created a party and an environment where you have normalized this behavior. We didn't do this. We had one really bad candidate, David Duke, and he was shunned by everybody and got beaten in Louisiana. Nobody wanted anything to do with him. I don't remember 80s, probably 90s. I think the guy that was the corrupt Governor Edwards beat him forever. This guy was involved in everything you can imagine. I mean, we shunned this guy. We don't want anything to do. It doesn't represent us. Unbelievable. It's 1992, right? David Duke and I think Edwards was the Democrat nominee. It's crazy. But these guys, they can sit there and they can disavow these candidates as long as they want. This is what their party has allowed. This is who they give platforms to. You got this guy, Hassan Piker. He's out campaigning with people, anti-Semite. The Democratic Party has become the anti-Semite party. And the fact that Jews are still voting Democratic, go figure that one out. There's a mystery to life. Let's vote for the party that wants to incarcerate me because I'm a Jew. Let's go vote for that person. It's crazy. It's crazy time. This is where the Democrat Party is today, Dan. This is where they're at. 888-480-JOHN. 888-480-5646. Let's get to let's get to 8. Here's Speaker Johnson. He's saying, I like this. He says, we don't demand loyalty to the president. This is going to be 8, Dan. So we don't demand loyalty to the president. What I demand is loyalty to our principles. See, that's the right way to frame this. Go ahead, 8. Take a listen.
I talked with the president late last night after everything was all the dust was settling over all the elections, and we talked about how his endorsement is the most powerful in the history of politics. Anywhere in the world. I think it's just a phenomenon. America is back, and that's because we've been running an agenda, again, based on common sense that achieves so many of those things I just said and more. We need people here who understand that, who are not trying to carve out their own lane and do something that's destructive or counterproductive, I think, to the agenda. We don't demand loyalty to the president. What I demand as Speaker of the House is loyalty to our core principles.
I love that. Loyalty to our core principles. And Massey didn't have that. The more you see Speaker Johnson, the more you like him. The more you see what he does, the more you're impressed with him. The more he over-delivers, the more you're like, wow. Now, like Griffith said the other day, he stumbled on the stock thing. Sometimes you get tired. I do it too. You stumble, you say things you don't come out the right way, or you didn't think it through. It's going to happen. So I think you should take that back. So I don't think he meant it that way, but stocks need to be banned. Like Griffith said, you go to Congress, you don't trade stocks. It's simple. You just don't trade them. You just, if you're going to be a public servant like that in the federal realm, there's certain things you got to give up, and one of them is insider trading. You just can't do it. Like you shouldn't go on poly, but these whole poly markets should get banned. I think Minnesota's trying to ban it. There's somebody sued them. They should get banned. Okay, there's a reason why in Vegas you can't bet on the outcome of a U.S. election. There's a reason for that. I don't like them. They ought to get banned. Too many people are scamming the system, making money off inside information. It's just not healthy. And it does nothing, right? It's not healthy. But looks like they're here to stay. Let's get to 9. Megan Hayes says, a lot of Democrats have thrown Graham Plattner overboard. But here's the kicker. She says, there's just not another viable option. there's just not another viable option. Let me metaphrase that. Yeah, we don't like him, but we need to win, therefore we'll tolerate him. That's my metaphrase. 9, roll it.
So Graham Plattner, controversy on top of controversy. Megan, when is it time to throw him overboard?
I mean, I think that most Democrats have thrown him overboard. I just don't think that there's another viable option. So I think this is one of those situations where the people of Maine are going to have to decide whether they want more of Susan Collins and her voting record with Trump and extend Trump's policies, or if they want Graham Plattner. I don't necessarily think the establishment Dems, as was well reported, wanted Graham Plattner. They wanted Janet Mills. So the Dems are in a real situation here, and I don't think a lot of more people will be endorsing him.
I don't understand this guy's attitude.
Yeah.
No, it's we keep finding more and more stuff, and we have to ask what's going to be next. And the Democrats have backed him. This is their guy. He has the backing of Bernie Sanders. He has the backing of Senator Warren. So this is their guy that they're stuck with. Again, it goes to prove that the Democrats are willing to back these far left, progressive, very, very flawed candidates. Plattner clearly needs help. I agree. I don't think he belongs in the U.S. Senate, and the Democrats are going to have to answer to this.
Yeah. No, they're not. They're not going to have to answer to anything. They never answer to anything. I mean, she nailed it. Like this is what the Democratic strategist says out of two sides of her mouth. One side is, oh well, you know, he's not very good. The other side is, well, there's no viable option, and you know, you have to make a decision. Do you want him voting our way or Susan Collins voting Trump's way? I mean, that's what it comes down to, power. They can't disavow him. It comes down to power. I mean, you saw it late. There was a Dem strategist. They can't get away from the guy. All this stuff is coming out. They don't care. Hey, he's better than Collins. Communist, revolutionary, anti-Semite, hater, whatever, doesn't matter. He's a vote. He's going to give us power that therefore will tolerate him. That's what she said. Kat Kamek next.
Trump 2.0 is in full effect. How do you keep up with all the action? I'll tell you. TrumpNationNews.com is your inside source for the inside scoop. Manufacturing, jobs, deportations, and the nation's rejuvenation. The first 100 days and beyond. All the news you need and no liberal gibberish. It's the perfect way to start your day. Sign up for the TNN newsletter. Do it today. TrumpNationNews.com. TrumpNationNews.com. Part of the John Fredericks Media Network.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
Ponder this. Imagine for a moment that you are lying on your deathbed. This is a great exercise to do each day in preparation for your very last day on earth. Think about the tests you've ever taken, the job interviews you've had, and the many life celebrations you've been a part of. In all of these cases, preparation makes for successful outcomes. The same is true for dying. We must prepare every day for the day we are to die, in case today might be our last. Make sure you are right with the Lord first and foremost. If you are a Catholic, make sure you are in the state of grace by receiving the sacrament of confession often. Next, make sure you are right with your family, friends, and all those who are in your world. Apologize to those who have offended you and mend relationships that need healing. Make each day a preparation for your last day on earth, because it just may be. I'm Susie Kelly, and I am passionately Catholic.
1775 Coffee is giving away free starter kits. Try the dark or medium roast coffee with longevity blend, an infused blend with anti-aging supplements clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a third 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
Bad decisions limit future options. Make enough bad decisions and you will destroy your life. Listen to The Flatline with your host, Rick Hughes, every Sunday morning on the John Fredericks Radio Network. The Flatline describes a main line of resistance in your soul, built on God's Word. Join us every Sunday morning for 30 minutes of inspiration, motivation, and education, all without manipulation. That's The Flatline with Rick Hughes, heard here every Sunday at 8:30 a.m. on the John Fredericks Radio Network.
Trouble getting to sleep and staying asleep is infuriating. Your mind races, you toss and turn. Nutrition company Healthy Cell created REM sleep to help you quickly fall asleep, stay asleep, and sleep deep. Unlike other supplements that don't work, REM sleep is not a pill. It's a gel you swallow with ultra-absorption of science-backed ingredients supporting all 4 stages of sleep. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order. Risk-free. Love it or your money back. Guaranteed. Healthycell.com. Code Godzilla.
I think it's ridiculous that you're even asking me that question. That you even say the word. I mean, I'm serious. I'm sick of it. I don't even know why we even bring up the daggum word. How about some of these other teams out there that lose to unranked opponents all the time? That's our 33rd win versus unranked opponent. We ain't lost to anybody unranked since 2011, but I have to come to a press conference in 2015 and get asked that. And that's all media bull crap. I can tell you how they feel about it. They don't like it. It's a lack of respect. It's not doing your homework and paying attention to what reality is. Should not be asked that question.
He's your Godzilla of the truth in America. No gibberish or nonsense, just common sense. And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
You're on the John Fredericks Media Network and the John Fredericks Radio app, and I am your Godzilla of the truth in America, your oracle of the deplorables. Thanks for being with us. Representative Florida Kat Cammack coming up momentarily. Always good to have her. Florida 3, Republican. Before we do that, I also want to give a shout out to one of my favorite, I got a couple favorite bills in Congress. One of them right now going through is the Safer Supervision Act. Safer Supervision Act. This is the natural progression from President Trump 1.0 First Step Act that I worked and backed with Jared Kushner at the time. It's a great bill, criminal reform. This is a great bill, the Safer Supervision Act, because basically it gives the parole officer the opportunity to say, hey, this person I'm supervising is doing everything right. They got a job, they're showing up on time, they're alcohol and drug free, they're staying out of trouble, they're going home at night. There's no reason for me to continue on. And so I'm going to, recommend it with the judge that put him on supervision, that he be released out of it. And if that judge signs off on it, you got 2 sets of eyes, supervision gone, that person can then go about living their life, getting back into society, and recidivism. And then that parole officer has a time to focus on those that he's supervising that might not be adjusting at the same degree of success that someone else is, and may have to keep an eye on them, may not be doing the right things, may still be a risk. So it's a double bonus for parole officers. Safer Supervision Act. More information, it's in markup in the Senate now. Go to safersupervision.com, safersupervision.com, and this message is paid for by the Reform Action Fund. The Reform Action Fund, and we thank them for this great message and what they're doing, and we hope this passes ASAP. It's one of my favorite bills in Congress. My other favorite bill, which I'm sure I'll get around to asking Kat about, is the AM radio in every car bill, which they keep telling me is going to pass this year. And for the 3rd year in a row, it's somewhere, we can't find it, probably in Scalise's desk drawer, along with the, I'm not going to say it. Kat, I'm not going to go there. We know that GM has Got a lot of lobbyists running around. I'm not going to go there, Kat. I have too much respect for you. Congressman Kat Kamick with us. Kat, thanks for being with us today.
Hey, great to be with you this morning. Good morning.
All right, Kat, it's always good to have you with us. You've got a new bill. First of all, let's get to my Safer Supervision Act. Are you in favor of that?
So I'm one of those weird people who likes to read the bill before I co-sponsor or support it. Admittedly, a Senate piece of legislation. Haven't read it yet, but there is a lot of action happening in this space, and it's pretty clear that there needs to be reforms. Because if you look at it, you've got people that, and this is coming from a person. My husband, he's a first responder, SWAT medic. You know, he's been on call-outs with some of the worst of the worst. People who have been serving time, had reduced sentences for some of the most heinous crimes. They get out, immediately reoffend, whereas you get some people who actually they reform, right? And they're in for maybe a petty crime, and they're getting the book thrown at them. There needs to be reform across the board. So anything that builds on President Trump's First Step Act, I think, is a good way for us to move forward. But no doubt there needs to be reform and us taking a hard look at the system and where we're falling short.
Kat, great answer. Thank you. I really respect that. And thank you for keeping an open mind to this bill. And you're right. The First Step Act was so critical. It just didn't get the media attention it deserved.
Mm-hmm.
It made a big difference in reducing our astronomical recidivism rates. But it never really got the play it did. A lot of people don't understand. We had, there's some in the Republican Party that said it was soft on crime. It was not. It had nothing to do with that. So thank you for saying that. Now, you've got a new bill to combat workplace sexual misconduct in, get this, Congress. As chair of the Republican Women's Caucus, you've said that no woman, regardless of party, title, or position, should ever feel unsafe in her workplace environment, period. Can you elaborate on this bill?
Yeah, it's actually bigger than a bill. We are teaming up with the Democrats, and this is a very rare thing in a very contentious midterm year election. And we have teamed up, Speaker Johnson and I, we started working together on how we would address the sexual misconduct happening in Washington on Capitol Hill. Democrats were doing that as well. And so we all kind of came together and said, hey, listen, clearly we have a bipartisan problem. This is going to require a bipartisan solution. We should team up. And so we have begun the work of identifying ways that we can streamline the process for victims to come forward. Because right now, if you're a 22-year-old woman, and I don't care if you're a woman or a man, because let's be honest, it happens to men too on Capitol Hill. If something were to happen, Capitol Hill is such a mess right now that you wouldn't know who to call, where to go, and what resources were available to you. And on top of that, there's a very chilling effect of, if I come forward, am I going to lose my career? Am I going to ever be able to find a job on the Hill again? Because that culture of retaliation is very real on Capitol Hill. And so that is something that we're tackling. And then on top of that, if you look at the training that members and staff have to go through, it's laughable. It's like a YouTube video. You turn it on, you walk away. An hour later, you get a cute little certificate that says, hey, I have completed my annual anti-sexual harassment training, right? It's woefully short. And when you're dealing with multiple generations on Capitol Hill and some people who let the title go to their head, there is a real power dynamic imbalance where some of these creeps think that they can get away with propositioning and putting pressure on some junior staff. And that's just fundamentally wrong. If we can't set the standard in Congress, we can't expect to hold other industries accountable. I mean, look how often Hollywood and corporate America and the media and the military gets criticized for this very issue. Meanwhile, Congress has been actively engaging and covering up in it. So we're gonna get in there. We're not going to issue a report. We're going to take action. And our ultimate goal is to change the culture on Capitol Hill and get the creeps out.
Get the creeps out. I love that. Kat, what about this slush fund we keep hearing about?
Yeah, that's been a hot topic. Thankfully, we have got that stopped where no more congressional slush fund. There can be no more payouts. I really believe that sunlight is the best disinfectant. And so only about $350,000 of the 18 million that went out for the last, decade, has been accounted for. So we are looking at trying to release the full scope of where all that money went so people understand that, yes, this was a Republican and Democrat issue. And we need to, first and foremost, protect victims' names because certainly if someone had been assaulted and was a victim, they may not want their name and their information out there. So you gotta make sure that that's taken care of. But if people are using taxpayer money to cover up their crimes, that is fundamentally wrong, and that needs to be accounted for. So good news, slush fund exists no longer. No one can use taxpayer funds to pay out. I believe that if you are a staffer or a member of Congress and there is some sort of settlement, you get to pay for that personally. It should not be done on the backs of the taxpayers.
Kat, let me ask you this. How did this culture develop in there where this seems to have been rampant?
I think that there's a couple of things. You have a bunch of very powerful individuals, like I said, who their entire team, if it works for them, the member of Congress at the end of the day is ultimately responsible for the hiring and the firing. And your team, in many ways, is always working to try to get to a yes for that member. It's, hey, I want to run this bill. I know that this is going to be difficult. The team is going to work to find ways to say, yes, we can run this bill. Hey, I want to do this event. Hey, I want to speak at this conference. Hey, I want to get on that committee. The team is automatically programmed to get to a yes and work to overcome obstacles. So it seems like some members get it in their head that, hey, they never say no to me. And, hey, maybe I'm going to ask this staffer for some sexual photos. Maybe I'm going to start flirting with my junior legislative aide. And we've seen that time and time again where they start pushing the envelope. And as a staffer, you're kind of like, oh, crap, the boss is texting me at midnight. The boss is asking me to go out for a drink. It's a very uncomfortable situation, and I've talked to too many staffers that have found themselves in those situations. That is the power dynamic that needs to be addressed. The other thing is you just have creeps that make their way to Capitol Hill. One of the things that we're looking at doing is making it so that they have to disclose if they have ever had to pay out or settle a sexual harassment or misconduct case in their previous life, whether it was in private sector or disclose any of that as a candidate before they even get to Congress. Because we like to say in Congress, creeps need not apply. Very, very easy, simple, common sense step in my mind for people to understand exactly who they're sending, not just by their financial disclosure, but disclosing other settlements that they have had to make before they even get to Congress. That might curb the behavior right there as well.
Listen, I think you're right about this. And I'm glad you're doing this because a lot of us look at it and it seems like a warped culture. I think you said your mantra here is get the creeps out. I mean, there's a lot of creepatoids in there, but the fact that we got taxpayer money like covering this stuff up is unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's just appalling. But even listening to you, Congressman Kamik, we're with Congressman Kat Kamik. She's Republican, Florida 3rd District. Listening to you, Kat, and thank you for being so cogent here and forthcoming. Is that, I mean, my boss is texting me at midnight. I mean, like who does that? I mean, it's
actually a lot of members do. A lot of chiefs do. It's actually a problem.
Yeah,
It
I
is.
mean,
It's
it's
a
just
problem.
if I'm a lower level staffer and I've got a congressman texting me at midnight, it's creepy. It's icky. I mean, something's wrong
Hmm.
with the culture that's in there, and of course, it is a power thing. So, but look, it takes somebody with your courage to do this. Where is this going, and what's your ultimate vision when you get there for this?
Well, one of the frustrations that I have as a taxpayer and as an American citizen is I've watched Congress say they're working on it, and then they issue some, report after 2 years of working on it, and nothing ever happens. And so when we started this process, I told Speaker Johnson, I said, listen, I'm not interested in an exercise in, how great of a report we can write. What I'm interested in is actually fixing this. So you resource me and we'll get this done before the end of the year. And so our goal is to actually have updated training, new disclosures, streamline all of the resources for staff. So by the end of this working group, every single staffer on Capitol Hill, you ask them point blank, hey, if something were to happen, what do you do? They'll be able to rattle off the top of their head, this is who I call, this is where I go, and this is what resources are available to me. If we can do that and disclose a lot of the elements that have been covered up from taxpayers to date, to me that is a win, because that starts changing the culture on Capitol Hill. You can't drain the swamp if everyone is still engaging in swampy behavior. And so by the end of this year, we have a goal of making sure that all of this is wrapped up and tangible change has been made.
Well, you're definitely a change agent. This is a lot of courage. I don't know how you get the time for this. I want to be sure before we run out of time and I forget, tell us about your new baby girl, how she's doing. Just give us an update on that, because we were all following that. And we know how excited, those of us that know you know how excited you were.
Oh my gosh, yes. My sweet little rainbow baby, Augusta Dare. You might be hearing her in the background. Oh, there she is. She's wonderful. I mean, we are so blessed. My husband, Matt, and I, we could not be more proud of our little girl. She is on Capitol Hill with me every single day. She's in the committee room. She's on the floor voting with me. And she's such a blessing, just the happiest baby. And I tell you, it's so true what parents tell you of you never really know what love is until you have a child. And they put it in perspective. Having kids really puts what's important in perspective. And I think, honestly, I look at her and I think, man, if she wanted to work on Capitol Hill one day, would I feel confident that she would be safe?
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
It puts it in perspective. Well, if she's flying with you back and forth from Florida every weekend, she's going to have a lot of frequent flyer miles.
She is a very, very well-traveled little baby. She's been all over the country. She's been international, and she's not even a year yet. She just celebrated her 9-month birthday, and she's keeping everyone on their toes, including the Speaker of the House, who, when he sees her on the floor, he'll hold her, and she loves Mike, and but she loves eating his tie also. So if you see slobber spots all over the Speaker of the House, that would be the work product of Augusta.
It's about the best thing that could ever happen to him is your baby slobbering on his eating his tie. So, Kat,
exactly.
So you serve on the Energy and Commerce Commission. You also oversee the FCC. So you're part of their oversight committee. I make no bones about this. I am a huge fan of Brendan Carr. I love what he's done in there. What are some issues with the FCC that you're working on now?
Oh my gosh, so many on the FCC front. Brendan, I think, is the man for the moment when it comes to the reforms that we're making over at the FCC. I would say one of the biggest issues that we're working on is getting rid of the scam texters and the robocalls, the scam calls. I mean, the spamming is out of control. I must get no less than a dozen a day of these spam callers. And then the texting has gotten out of control. And so going back to when Brendan first got nominated for the FCC chair, I sat down with him and I said, how do we tackle this? And everyone thinks there's a magic bullet that's going to, knock it out with one take. It is such a convoluted network of scammers that is global that you need to really work at one bit at a time to fix these different legs of the journey in order to actually get it done. But that's a huge thing that we're working on with the FCC, is addressing those scam issues that I know every American, I would say 99% of Americans, would be thrilled if we could get that fixed. So something that we're working on.
Well, anybody that's listening to this now gets a lot of them, because I send them out as well, but mine are legit, right? But I send them out.
I'm talking about the folks that are texting and trying to scam you, pretending to be. The latest one I saw was, I keep getting a bunch of fake FedEx and UPS tracking text messages, and they want you to click on the link. All these phishing text messages are really dangerous.
Right. Whether we got my wife and I got one yesterday that was, oh, you got this payment from this company we never heard of. Click here to get the ACH payment. We're like, I don't think so. So yeah, I mean, you got a lot of scammers out there. Let's talk about my favorite bill in the history of all bills ever in the history of God, which is the AM radio in every car bill. Obviously, Ann and I own a lot of AM radio stations, AM and FMs around the nation. Every time I bump into Senator Cruz, he's like, John, guaranteed, this is the year we're getting it done. We got all these sponsors in the Senate. We got the House. We got 300 sponsors in the House. This year we're going to get it done. And then it never gets done. And then it gets out of committee and it just sits there. And when is this going to happen?
I think that's where you have the pressure being put on leadership, because I sit on the committee that obviously, works on that. Coming from Florida, we're a very hurricane-prone state, and I have said in committee, I'm on the record saying, listen, you drive down the highway and you have communication towers. Most counties only have a single prime tower. They've gone down. Sometimes you're getting the only information possible from AM radio. This is a very big deal to states that are disaster prone. So just from a security, because I think this is a national security issue, you have to be able to communicate. There is a vital role that AM radio plays, not to mention that there is the element of talk radio that all of us know and love. And for me, I grew up listening to talk radio, and obviously it's a huge deal for so many people. So I wouldn't say it is an issue for members at large. I would say it's where you're seeing the pressure landing on leadership to slow walk this bill. So
why is that?
A bit frustrating for sure.
That's because of the auto manufacturers' lobbyist money, right? I mean, it sits in somebody's desk. I mean, why can't we bring this to the floor? It got out of committee twice.
I think that's a fair assessment, and it keeps getting out of committee. If I controlled what bills got to the floor, trust me, a lot more bills would be getting to the floor. That's one of the frustrations that so many people have, is there's a lot of great bills that come out of committee. I've got multiples that are waiting for floor action, and we're like, what's going on? What's happening? One of the crazy things I've heard come out of leadership is that, we don't have time. And I say, we control the clock. We literally control the clock. We can control what bills come to the floor and which ones don't. And the other thing is, candidly, I think Congress doesn't work enough on the floor. And so I think that's a kind of a hollow argument, but one that I hear often when I'm always trying to get bills that have made it through committee down for a full House vote.
So frustrating. It sits in somebody's desk. I'm not going to say who, but they get the GM money. It's just, you got 300 co-sponsors, for heaven's sake. It's just so annoying. All right, final thing, and we got to go. President Trump asked for funding for the war. It wasn't denied because it was a tie. We lose one vote, that's done. Where's that stand?
Today's going to be another vote-a-rama over in the Senate. and talking with my House colleagues all day yesterday, we're very anxious to see what gets stripped and what gets kept. I think you're going to have some fireworks on Capitol Hill today. I'll leave it at that.
Kat, what's your baby daughter's name, her first name?
Augusta.
Oh, that's a beautiful name. Augusta.
Yeah.
Running around the Capitol. It's so funny. Kat, thanks for being with us. People want to. I always enjoy having you on. You're so much fun, and you get a lot done. People want to follow you. Where do they go?
They can follow us on all social media. Rep Kat Cammack, and it's just Kat with a K and Cammack Cammack.
Thank you, Kat, and good luck to you and Augusta and your husband and your new burgeoning family. We'll see you soon. Thank you.
Oh, appreciate it. Have a great rest of the week.
All right, thank you. DC Dispatch, 9 o'clock. Don't miss that.
A lot of problem for a lot of years, and this was I think it was a very big moment for people that, not only Cuban Americans, but people that came from Cuba that want to go back to Cuba, people that want to see their family in Cuba. I think this is a very big day, very important day.
Castro's been indicted for the 1996 downing of civilian planes operated by Miami-based exiles. The indictment relates to Castro's alleged role in the shoot-down of 2 small planes. They were operated by the exile group Brothers to the Rescue. The charges include murder and destruction of an airplane. Acting AG Todd Blanche and other top Justice Department officials announcing the indictment at a Miami ceremony honoring those who were killed in the shoot-down. There is never a shortage of conspiracy theories circulating about the nation's capital, and one of the latest ones has to do with a recent attack at a White House Correspondents' Event.
The new poll finds nearly half of Democrats believe the shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner in Washington, D.C. was staged. The Fox News poll finds 49% of Democrats think the assassination attempt on President Trump was arranged. Only 10% of Republicans think this. Laura Winters reporting.
Ukrainian drones have struck another Russian oil refinery, igniting a fire, sending up a massive plume of heavy black smoke. Ukrainian President Zelensky says the attack targeted the refinery that's more than 500 miles inside Russia. On Wall Street this morning, the Dow futures down 63 points. NASDAQ futures off 120. More on these stories. Townhall.com.
Health insurance rates are surging in America, leaving millions without affordable options. If you're sick of having paychecks eaten up by healthcare costs or dealing with mega corporations, then listen to this. Christians don't need to waste money on a broken system. That's why I want to tell you about Christian Healthcare Ministries. It's an alternative to traditional health insurance at half the cost. With CHM, fellow believers contribute monthly to help pay each other's medical bills. There's no enrollment period, so you can join anytime. And you aren't restricted to provider networks, so you choose the doctors and hospitals you want. It's that simple. CHM is not insurance. It's a ministry that puts faith into action. Feel the difference of financial support and biblical care from fellow believers. Join CHM today by visiting chministries.org/wellness. That's chministries.org/wellness.
Deportation proceedings beginning in Israel for more than 400 international activists. They were detained after Israeli forces intercepted their Gaza flotilla in international waters.
It's expected that these activists, who come from some 40 countries, will be flown out to Turkey later. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has said he wants them to be deported as soon as possible. The activists were taken to an Israeli prison after arriving at the port of Ashdod. But it's a video shared by the far-right Israeli minister Itamar Ben-Gvir that triggered swift condemnation from countries including the UK, Italy, Ireland, Canada, Australia, Spain and Turkey. The minister heckles the activists, who are shown forced to kneel with their hands tied and their foreheads touching the floor. They are also seen being roughly handled by security forces.
And that is BBC correspondent Yolande Nell in Jerusalem. News and analysis, townhall.com. Elon Musk unveils plans for one of the biggest initial public offerings ever. It has to do with his money-losing space companies.
Documents filed show that SpaceX lost $2.6 billion from operations last year on $18.7 billion in revenue, and the losses kept piling up at the start of this year as well. Musk and certain other shareholders will receive shares in a special class of stock that gives them 10 votes for each share they hold. The stock sale could also make Musk a major owner who co-founded SpaceX in 2002, the world's first trillionaire. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
Senate Republicans are expected to abandon a proposal for $1 billion in security funding for the White House complex and the president's ballroom project. This after it failed to win enough party support on Capitol Hill. More on these stories, townhall.com.
World, but we need fighters on the ground to keep it going. I'm John Fredericks, and I'm running for chairman of DC GOP Ward 2 to make sure Trump's vision for this city becomes a reality. Safe streets, clean neighborhoods, and yes, rat-free. Go to MakeDCGreat.com. That's MakeDCGreat.com right now and send a donation. Let's finish what President Trump started. Donation limit $200. I'm John Fredericks, and I paid for this ad.
1775 Coffee is giving away free starter kits. Try the dark or medium roast coffee with longevity blend, an infused blend with anti-aging calcium alpha-ketoglutarate, which has been clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a third 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
Bad decisions limit future options. Make enough bad decisions and you will destroy your life. Listen to The Flatline with your host, Rick Hughes, every Sunday morning on the John Fredericks Radio Network. The Flatline describes a main line of resistance in your soul, built on God's Word. Join us every Sunday morning for 30 minutes of inspiration, motivation, and education, all without manipulation. That's The Flatline with Rick Hughes, heard here every Sunday at 8:30 a.m. on the John Fredericks Radio Network.
Trouble concentrating or recalling information is frustrating, embarrassing, and kills productivity. Nutrition company Healthy Cell created Focus and Recall to boost your brain power. Unlike other supplements that don't work, Focus and Recall is not a pill. It's a gel you swallow with ultra-absorption of science-backed ingredients to help you immediately sharpen focus, concentrate longer, and strengthen recall. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order. Risk-free. Love it or your money back. Guaranteed. Healthycell.com. Code GODZILLA.
Hey folks, Al Green here for SatPhone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need SatPhone. SatPhones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your SatPhone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are a $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your SatPhone. Call now.
For the first time ever, we're bringing you MyPillow mattresses and mattress toppers for as low as $99.98. Remember, sleep's all about temperature and pressure points. Whatever sleep needs you have, we have the right technology for you. Like our MyPillow mattress topper, our queen size has over 10,000 individual comfort supports to help relieve your pressure points. And how about our 3-inch Hybrid Plus mattress topper? It's infused with copper and silver to help your body get the restorative sleep it needs. And our MyPillow and Case Coil mattresses, I personally helped develop these mattresses to make sure they have everything needed to give us great sleep. Plus, they're made right here in the USA, and they ship right to your front door absolutely free.
Go to mypillow.com or call 800-854-0504 and use promo code Godzilla to get MyPillow mattresses and toppers for as low as $99.98 and free shipping.
Trying to get our two boys ready to carry them to golf tournament for practice, right? 12 cats live across the road. Our door's open. Screen's broke. We need to get a new screen door, but the screen's broke, so you can come in through the screen, but you can't get back out of it. I turn and look, there's a little kitty cat in our kitchen. So I said, what are you doing in here, little kitty cat? By that time, the cat turns, tries to get back out. That screen won't go that way. Cat starts going, meow, all crazy. And I told our players, we need more dogs. Bo's barking in the back. I have to go shut Bo up. Mel's like, what's going on? I said, there's a cat in the house. Cat in the house? I said, yeah, there's a cat in the house. So I told our players, I tried to let it out the front door. Meow, meow, the cat's still going crazy in there. And I told our players, you need to be more like a dog. We don't need a bunch of cats in here. Meow, looking in the mirror. Do I look good? I got my extra bands on. I got my other shoes on. Be a dog. We don't need no meows. We don't need no cats. We need more dogs.
He's your Godzilla of the truth in America.
It's Godzilla!
No gibberish or nonsense, just common sense. And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
All right, you're back on the John Fredericks Media Network and the John Fredericks Radio app, and I am your Godzilla of the truth in America, your oracle of the deplorables. Thanks for being with us. Coming to you live in Washington, D.C., Congressman Jimmy Petronis coming up. Florida just had Kat Kamek on. Kat is always, she's always so great to have on, and she's continuing to do what she does. Her bill in Congress right now, which she said the best line ever, which I put in her title was, where is it here, Denny? Her bill is she wants to get the creeps out. She wants to get the creeps out of Congress. She said that the swamp starts with the members of Congress. It's a pretty interesting comment. Dan, do we have Representative Petronis on with us, Dan?
We do, yes.
He has joined us. Okay. I didn't see that in the rundown. Be sure and put that in there because I don't know. Thank you. Okay. Always good to have Congressman Petronis on. Before I do that, though, check this out, okay? Check this out. I'm holding my SAT 123. Now, you can't see it if you're on the radio, but this is, I don't know, let's say 10 inches by 10 inches, something like that. 8 inches by 8 inches. How big is that, Myra?
Maybe 10 by 12.
About 10 by 12, kind of like a notepad. Now, what this is my portable Starlink, right? I'm holding it with one hand. You can't see it if you're on the radio, can on TV. I'm holding it with one hand, right? This thing is about, I don't know, a pound, right? That's all it is. It's like holding a cup of coffee, maybe 10 by 12, like a notepad. Very light, put it in my bag. I'm connected anywhere, any place, anytime. I just take it out. I put it by the window. I point it to the sky. If I have a car, if I'm in my car, which of course I'm in DC, I never drive, but if I was driving, I'd open the sunroof up. Doesn't matter where I am, right? Go outside. I travel with it. Hotel window, good. You got a porch or something better. You want to go outside and do a little work out in the patio at the Holiday Inn or Hampton Inn where I stay. Boom, done. This thing is portable. You travel with it. It's the most efficient internet connection you're ever going to get. This is the new portable Starlink. And right now you can get this for about $165. It's only $69 a month. And you can get everything, downloads, uploads. Now I've got jetpacks here at the wazoo, right? AT&T jetpack, Verizon jetpack. They're pretty good, but they're not great. Now you want to get connected 100% of the time. You want to get your Starlink. So if you own a business, it doesn't matter. You can have LLC, you can be a consultant, gig economy. It doesn't matter what it is. You own a business, you need to be connected, and you need one of these. And you can get these at SAT123. Just go to sat123.com. That's sat123.com, and you can get your Starlink Mini there. Sat123.com. And Tina Blanco, owner of that company, visionary lady. You know, I'm so blessed to have customers that are visionary entrepreneurs. I mean, I'm really blessed. Ann and I are. She's a great lady. And now this is, Elon Musk's product, right? You can't deny he's got it going on. But get your Starlink Mini now and always be connected. Don't be relying on cell phone service or anything else. These things are great. I got my Starlink Mini. I got my sat phone. I'm ready to go. Doesn't matter where I go. Sometimes we take that bus tour out on some rural areas, no connection. Starlink, boom. Sat phone, boom. You're good to go. So you want to weigh in, 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-5646. Joining us now, let's get to Congressman Jimmy Petronis, Florida 1, Panhandle. Jimmy, great to have you with us.
Hey, John, good morning.
So, Jimmy, I just want to get to the national scene. Then we'll get to everything else going on, especially as it relates to your district. Trump backing Paxton. I went down there for Paxton bus tour. I'm on Team Paxton. Was really hoping he didn't go for Cornyn. But look, I was an early backer. Paxton's now going to win that seat. It's going to be Trump 2.0. What were your thoughts on that?
Well, I think it was pretty indicative that you got to look at how much was spent trying to get Cornyn to where he is with the primary now. So as the runoff was triggered, the darn near $100 million that Cornyn spent and not able to pull it off. And then you look at how little Paxton spent and how competitive he was. I think as much as Trump looked at the policies and where both these men were, he also looked on the return on investment. They were not going to have to spend an enormous amount of money trying to drag Cornyn across the finish line. So, again, I think Trump was looking for somebody who he has seen as a loyalist, somebody who has the real battle rhythm of the base. And I think he made the right pick. I mean, it's unfortunate for John Cornyn. He's been a great public servant, but sometimes a change is necessary.
Got to have change. Change is what drives the world, and it was time for him to go. And we got to get the SAVE Act passed. You think that's going to get through reconciliation? You think it'll actually get voted on in the U.S. Senate? What are your thoughts there, Jimmy Petronis?
Sure. So my concerns are, again, I'm not the expert on reconciliation, but some of the elements of the SAVE Act, I'm just kind of scratch my head. How do you fit those changes through a budgetary process, a financial instrument process? So, I have not, there's even an app, it's a bird bath app, where you basically put the language in and it kind of shows whether or not it will meet the Senate's bird policy criteria. So, I really hope we can pull it off through reconciliation. I know that my Senator Rick Scott, I know my Senator Ashley Moody, both in Florida, they have been very vocal supporters of the Save America Act. So, I mean, I know we've got some great champions for it over there, but you're going to have the Casties of the world, the Cornyns of the world. You're definitely going to have some members of the Senate that are Republican that now, if they didn't have Trump derangement syndrome before, they definitely have it now. And this is something that has been very important to the House of Representatives, but also important to President Trump.
It's going to be interesting to see. I just wanted to get there, to get in and see how they vote on it. We've already got, we need 50 senators. I don't know what Cassidy is going to do. Cornyn put a desperation op-ed out in the New York Post in the middle of campaign saying that he was a favor of it. So I would think he would vote for it. But, McConnell's voting no, Murkowski's voting no. It's all the usual suspects.
That's right.
Are voting no. It's like round the usual suspects up. They're all voting no, right? Also, Collins said no, but they might be able to work on her a little bit.
And I don't know if what's his face from Utah's ever come around. He was another one. They have a new senator out there every week, but I don't know what his story is.
I have no idea. It's certainly not Mike Lee. He's been fighting for this the whole time. But
he's been one of the most vocal, and thank God he has forced the conversation where some of these other senators have had to take a stance on it.
Are you going to give Jimmy Massey a goodbye to go box or something? Are you going to help him out?
Yeah, I don't know what you do when members leave the process. All the ones I've seen leave so far are ones that have resigned. So, in his case, look, Tom Massey, there's not a whole lot of enthusiasm for him in the chamber. He has been a real pain in the ass for members. I came there to work. I came there to get things done, and this is a guy that has been nothing but just an impediment to anything good. He votes with the Democrats 99% of the time, and I know he thinks like he's doing it because of principle. But the voters have spoken. We're going to have a new representative from Kentucky that we're going to help get up to speed, and we're going to continue fighting to get this agenda with President Trump's support.
Well, as far as Tommy Massey's concerned, I'm not a fan. I've been railing against him for 10 years. So
Sure.
here's your hat. What's your hurry? Don't let the door hit you on the ass on the way out. That's
That's
basically
right.
my position on him. Jimmy Petronas with us. Florida 1 Panhandle represents a huge military district. And Jimmy, thanks for being with us. As always, I want to get to AI, right? A lot of people not understanding. We got two sides here, and the money that's pouring in, not only in investment, billions of dollars of investment, where I'm not sure how they're ever going to get a return on it, billions of dollars, but then got both sides of lobbyists, those that want guardrails, those that don't want guardrails. President Trump obviously concerned about hemming it in, afraid that we'll lose the competitive edge we have right now vis-a-vis China. So he doesn't want to restrict it. He thinks it should keep growing. People don't like the data centers. That's an issue, not in my backyard. And then, you got a lot of people saying, hey, 10 years from now, they're going to take half our jobs away. Of course, nobody can tell me what jobs are going to take away, but I keep asking that. I can't get a straight answer. Then the final issue is the effect it's having on young people, Gen Z. I know you're very dialed in here. Jimmy, break this down for us.
Sure. So, I'm lockstep with the president. We can't allow China to control the AI space moving forward. With that type of control, you might as well surrender the United States. I do believe that the president is right on this issue. Now, when it comes to the data centers in people's backyards, look, people stop by my office and they want to talk about them. I said, look, it's like any other development you want to do in a community. You got to have buy-in from your community. You may have to get zoning changes, and there's going to be elected officials that are going to be dealing with constituents that don't know all the facts. So I said, put your business model together, but plan on being a community partner. Plan on with whatever you're going to do there, you're going to have to sell it to your community that this is the right thing for your backyard. And so where some of these developers of the data centers are starting to be, I think, pretty proactive, thinking outside of the box. One of the questions is, well, what is it going to do to my water supply? Well, they're starting to roll out things like closed loop cooling systems because look, they don't want to continue to pay a water meter in order to cool down the systems. So there's a closed loop system. They're essentially, it's like a radiator on a car. They continue still to use the same liquids in order to keep them. So again, I think there's the rush to be competitive with China, which China has an advantage over us on electric production, where we were sitting there investing in solar and renewables that did not provide the type of base load we needed for really manufacturing or data center type of production. China's been doing it around the clock and putting up a power plant, every one a month. So we've got a disadvantage. This is why there is such a push in the United States to be competitive with China, because right now they're kicking our butt.
Oh, there's no question about it. And I think that's, I'm with you with the president. That's why he's hesitant to overextend these guardrails around it, because he's afraid that it's going to restrict AI's advancement. But the lobby, have you ever seen this? The lobbying money on both sides is insane.
Yeah. Well, and it's a political issue that catches the base in the right way. You've got my governor Ron DeSantis, who is played in different positions of an anti-data center role, and look, and he knows that it's something that his constituents have concerns about. Again, I think they can exist in a way where they're good for the U.S. economy. They're good for making sure that our national security is in the forefront. But at the same time, you can't rape and pillage a community and drop it in a massive, concrete building with no windows and not expect people to feel like there's going to be some change to their quality of life. So this is like I said, one of them was in my office yesterday. And I told him, I said, look, you got to sell it to your community. You have got to make your community realize that what you're going to do. And here's a perfect example. A data center comes in, you're going to be investing millions of dollars. Well, that's going to increase the property values of that particular blank piece of land. Now there's going to be new tax revenues in the county that should help everybody else's cost of living. So you can't, load up a data center full of a bunch of tax breaks, because at the end of the day, you do have a community that is now not having retail or some other job creation occupied where this data farm is.
No doubt about it. The number of kids going on AI, younger people, and getting just bad information, getting relationship with chatbots. I mean, somebody committed suicide over it. How do we manage that, Congressman?
Yeah, look, this is something where my Protect Act repealing Section 230, I think, is critical. The chat bots, the social media, big tech, they're not being responsible with with the type of role they play in everyday society. And I know that the eyeballs drive their viewership, and the viewership drives ad revenues, which drives what their stock price ultimately going to do. I get it. That's great. But you know what? Kids have to be something you have to be proactive with.
Right.
And, and John, thanks for asking that question, because, you know, they're becoming the proverbial predator and taking candy from a stranger. These chat bots now have become a replacement to family development of a parent and child relationship. And the insecurity that a kid could have is now being solved through a robot as opposed to talking to his own parents. And ultimately leads to very uncomfortable questions that, to your point, leads to suicide, self-harm, or harm of others.
Oh, you're spot on. I mean, we have to, the balance here is going to be delicate, no doubt. With Jimmy Patronis, Congressman, Florida's 1st District, Panhandle, big military area, Republican, and you're on the John Fredericks Media Network, trucking the truth across America. I'm your Godzilla of truth. Congressman, let's stick with AI here a second. So I get all these people telling me, 20 years from now, 10 years from now, like half our jobs will be gone. Yeah. And so I keep asking this question, okay? It's a very simple question. Okay, what job is going to be gone? Like in my company, Ann and I own a small company, 23 radio stations, TV, whatever, media. And the advent of AI, we hired somebody to take advantage of it. So sure. We're actually in the job AI thing, we're actually +1. So what are these jobs that they keep telling me are going to go away? I mean, you're still going to need welders, still going to need plumbers. My son pitches for Maryland. AI can't replace him on the mound with 2 guys on in the eighth inning coming in to get his team out of the inning. I mean, what jobs are these going to replace? Certainly nobody in my company is getting replaced. So what are they going to replace?
Well, I was in the restaurant business for 30 years. My family still operates it. I don't know how AI is going to replace any of our cooks, our servers, our bartenders, our hostesses, our cashiers, anybody who works behind the scenes to have a family experience at a dining table. So I had a breakfast with Sam Altman several months ago. Really? And I asked him, I said, look, I said, you've got a business model that scrapes data off the internet. Do you get to a point where you're going to run out of content because you're using other people's product in order to produce a company? And he gave me a great answer. He said, look, he said, when I was going to school, my university professor said, don't use Google. You should go and research your details without using Google. They said, Google allowed me to leverage my time to do more and to learn more. So he said, yeah, he says, you're going to have AI where it's going to take somebody who in a typical 40-hour work week is going to knock out 40 hours worth of work in 2 hours. And yeah, maybe he'll, goof off for the rest of the 38. But then you're going to have that guy who's going to work the 40-hour work week, knock it out in 2 hours, and he's going to work the other 38, leveraging AI in order to be more productive. So again,
Exactly. That's my point. Is you're
so
going to be more productive. So what it would take you 5 hours to do or 10, now it takes you 1. And then I got another 9 hours that I can leverage as a business owner, my executive's productivity. Like I just don't, what am I missing?
1,000%. And like the other day, I had a constituent call me about a government issue. And so I went and used chat to find out some details on it. Chat went and read all of the GAO reports on this for me. Gave me so I mean, it got me up to speed on the issue, and it was amazing what the constituent told me over the phone was hand in glove to what Chat helped me have a better understanding of. So I think
That's
it's
all.
going to be a leverage tool to increase productivity. Do we see probably customer service and those type of things, sales being affected by Chat? Probably, but I think it's still going to be competitive because you still want customers making investments with your store, your restaurant, and it's just going to be a tool to complement how business works today.
I still won't order. I still won't order my egg McMuffin from the McDonald's kiosk. I refuse to do it. I'm going to go to the counter. I won't do the kiosk. But that's just me. Okay. AI came up in a commencement address where they brought in a tech executive, and she was booed, unmercifully booed by the graduates. I mean, I never saw anything like this. She was just booed off the stage, and she was like, "Wow, I didn't see this coming." What was your reaction to that?
I guarantee you, all the ones that were booing were the ones that took degrees in basket weaving and all those other ridiculousness. A pure sociology degree that you really can't do anything with. So yeah, look, at the end of the day, I'm frustrated the amount of tax dollars. You got me on a different subject. With the amount of tax dollars we send our universities producing worthless degrees. And yeah, so you look at the universities, they'll produce the worthless degrees because they'll have to invest a lot to turn out a psychology degree. Okay. And God love them that they got their psychology degree. But I really feel like who is fussing at the guest speaker and complaining and booing were the ones that had the worthless paper.
Congressman Jimmy Petronis, true words have never been said. I'm still opposed to President Trump's 500,000 Chinese students coming here and propping up our failing education system and then doing God knows what here when they get out spying for the Chinese. I don't get that one. All right, final thing, we got to go. Tie vote in the last round on President Trump's request for funding and a vote to deny the funding for Iran. Tie vote, so it goes nowhere. But you guys lose one vote, that money will get denied. Another vote coming today, Vote-A-Rama. What do you think? Quickly.
Look, look, we have our work cut out for us, and thank God we've got Mike Johnson leading us. We do our job in the House, the Senate. That's a whole nother match.
All right, Jimmy, we got to go. People want to follow you, Jimmy Petronis. Where do they go?
At Jimmy Petronis on X. Love to have your input. My DMs are open. God bless. JoinJimmy.com.
JoinJimmy.com. I like that.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jimmy. Always good to have you on. Coming up, this is fun. Shay McGinnis. Say, Fredericks, who's Shay McGinnis? Oh, he's big time. College Republican leader, Georgetown University in California, getting up early for Godzilla. Coming up next. Then, of course, DC Dispatch, all rage, all right here on the John Fredericks Radio Network.
Especially Holy Communion if you are a Catholic in the state of grace. If we tap into this life source every day, our lives will be filled with the love of the Lord, our spiritual oxygen. I'm Susie Kelly, and I am passionately Catholic.
1775 Coffee is giving away free starter kits. Try the dark or medium roast coffee with longevity blend, an infused blend with anti-aging supplements clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a third 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cells Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
How much did you win at Rosie's Gaming Emporium?
Hi, I'm Jerry from Richmond. I won a $23,000 jackpot at Rosie's.
I'm Tammy. I'm from Newport News, and I just won a $5,400 jackpot from Rosie's.
Hi, my name is Kim, and I'm from West Virginia, and I won $99,000 jackpot at Rosie's.
Are you ready? Learn more about Rosie's rewards and jackpots at rosiesgaming.com. Must be 18 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-888-532-3500.
Sometimes in life, you have to put the numbers aside and ignore the odds. You have to make the tough choice. You have to try your best and to fight your hardest to win. Because the only thing worse than losing the biggest game of your life is losing respect for yourself along the way. I wish you nothing but the best of luck and the most courageous of choices on your journey. And I challenge you as graduates of this amazing institution to seek out more things that are just too hard. Things that will force you to grow beyond what you thought was possible for yourself, physically, mentally, or emotionally. I want you to challenge yourself with ideas that are uncomfortable and people who push you to be your very best. Even if one of those people is a cranky old coach who cuts the sleeves off his sweatshirt and screams at you all day, do your job. Okay, that's too specific in my experience. You guys get the point. The tests are over in school, thank God. But the tests in life, they never end. You will be tested every day. And those tests are the prep for the life that you want to live. My story can become your story, but yours will be unique, written by you. Remember this, testing your greatness always comes in the form of a contest, where preparation meets opportunity, and the winner is the one who just won't quit. Thank you so much. Congratulations.
He's the voice of Virginia.
No, you can't. You have one of the worst voices I've ever heard in my life.
And the commander of common sense.
Fire at will, Commander.
Now back to the John Fredericks Show.
You got me on the John Fredericks Media Network. I am your Godzilla of the Truth in America. Truth and Clarity. DC Dispatch coming up. We got a real treat. We got a doubleheader here going on. Joining us on the phone is going to be Shay McGinnis. Shay is the president of the Georgetown College Republicans, right here in my ward, Ward 2, and coming and gracing us with her presence early, getting all fired up for the DC Dispatch, Mayra Pickering. It's good to have you.
Maria, rhymes
Maria
with
Pickering.
How are you?
I got to say that. Maria Pickering is with us. It's good to be here, Maria.
Good
Maria
to
gets
be
here
here.
early. She gets here an hour early. So I remember when I played baseball once. I remember the coach saying to me, it was a long time. I was in my teenagers. Guy said, if you're on time, you're late. So Myra an hour early. So she's going to join us here. And then we've got, let's see, Terry's not with us today because she's traveling. And Christine Goodlander by video in Florida is going to be with us. Vice Chair DC GOP and a candidate for office for Attorney General is going to be with us as well. Also, Lindsay Rowland gracing us with her presence here in the studio as well. And you got the proverbial Father's Day cup there that I got for Father's Day. So hope you enjoy your coffee. 1775. Good to go. Hey, this segment brought to you by the Wellness Company. Now, this ad really doesn't apply to Shay McGinnis because he's in his 20s. But for you guys out there, you get a little long in the tooth like me, you got to go to the Wellness Company. What happens is as you get older, it's just a fact of life. Your level of testosterone drops. Can't do anything about it. Nothing to do with your eating habits. It's just nature of aging. And you don't want that testosterone to get too low. Otherwise, you don't have the right energy. Plus other things happen we can't get into on the air. Not good. But if you get your Mars, like I had to take 2 of these a day from the Wellness Company. Now, Shay McGinnis, he doesn't need this. He's 22 years old, right? 21. They don't need this. But, my son doesn't need it. My other son doesn't. But, I'm 68. Best thing you could ever do. Got to keep that testosterone up. I never give you anything that I don't take, doesn't work, or is not affordable. So all you got to do is go to twc.health/Godzilla, promo code Godzilla, and you're going to get 10% off. Get your Mars, actually changing the name to Zeus. So you're going to go from Mars to Zeus, exact same product, just changing the name. I've been taking it now 6 months, and went and had my blood checked the other day. My testosterone level went up to just under what it should be, to just over what it should be, and I've not taken the shots. So the thing works. Just go to twc.health/Godzilla and promo code Godzilla 10% off. And my wife Ann thinks it's a good investment. I'm just saying. 888-480-JOHN if you want to weigh in, get your Mars now. Okay, joining me now is Shay McGinnis up at the crack of dawn in California. Shay also, thank you, Shay, the president of the Georgetown College Republicans. And Shay, thanks for being with us. Shay's also going to be at our big event on June 16th with Maria as well. So Shay, thanks for joining us. I've heard so many great things about you. We haven't met. I'm looking forward to the 16th, but give us a feel of what you've gone through as a Republican in Georgetown University, one of the best universities in the country right here in Washington, D.C. Just give us an overview, Shay.
Certainly one of the best, but also certainly one of the most liberal and with extreme pressure from both the administration and from fellow students. I think conservatives at Georgetown have a very tight network and we're very well organized. But on top of that, it has to be like that because we face extreme pressure both from campus, which I'd say is probably 92% liberal, and in the administration, which wants to crack down on us in every chance it can. A funny example of this was this last October when we did a big tabling demonstration where we said that there are only 2 genders and men cannot become women. And tons of students filled out bias reports after this happened. And then the school said they wanted us to have a restorative conversation with these students because we participated in hate speech and that could be counted as discrimination. So just things like this happen every time. And they want to always try to find ways to kind of crack down on conservative speech on campus. So it's really a battle, but we love being in DC. We love fighting for the president's agenda and for the good of our country.
Shay, what is a restorative? They wanted a restorative what?
A restorative conversation. Basically, it's a way for us to kind of apologize for holding this view that there are 2 genders. Not only the view of the Catholic Church, which is Georgetown's a Catholic university, but the view of almost everyone in human history for forever. So it's really ridiculous that you see these kind of ideological capture of what really is a great university.
I tell you what, I don't know how you guys do it. How big is your organization there, and what kind of a difference have you made?
So I'd say among our organization, there tends to be about 50 people who are really strongly conservative, who come to events, who speak up on campus. But there's a lot of people who hold conservative values, but they're kind of afraid to make a scene about it and express that publicly. They'll come up to me and say, thank you for what you do. I want to keep this quiet, but I am conservative. So that's really encouraging to see. But I'd say there's about 50 of us who are really conservative, who come to events, who speak at debate societies, things like this, and express our values publicly on campus.
Do you get any backlash?
Oh, absolutely, yes. Not only from this administration, as I was just mentioning, but from students all the time. If we have, events or we have discussions in public, there'll be protesters, always counter protesters against almost everything we say or do. So, I mean, that's unfortunate, but in many ways it's good because it's preparation for the real world of politics, where you're always faced with people who will disagree with you, who won't like what you have to say, and it's good to learn how to deal with that early.
Myra, what is your take here? I mean, hear what he just said. What Shay just said, they got 50 solid Republicans, many others, but they're afraid to speak out. Is that just kind of is it kind of the intimidation network?
I think it is. Well, Shay, thank you for being here and thank you for doing good work in spreading the conservative work on campus at Georgetown. My daughter attended Holy Trinity School, which is just down the street from your campus. And I can't tell you how many times I had to pull rank as the oldest mommy in the classroom to push back against questionable pedagogy and lack of adherence to Catholic teaching. And last night, I had the opportunity to meet your fellow Georgetown student, Peter, who is the university's representative to the ANC Advisory Neighborhood Commission in the neighborhood. And we had some interesting conversation about issues that we've been talking about here with John for the last 2 weeks, including these students gone wild, whom I called the great-grandchildren of the Great Society. And Peter said, Mrs. Pickering, whatever do you mean by that? So I had to explain to him what happened during the Johnson administration when I was a teenager making my own prom gowns, and President Johnson signed the Great Society legislation whose intent was to eliminate all urban poverty. And of course, that hasn't happened, and it's had some destructive effects. And I said, Peter, did they not teach you at the university about the road to hell being paved with good intentions? So, thank you for what you're doing. And thank you, John, for allowing us to have this forum to discuss DC issues.
Well, listen, Shay is a leader, and now how do you build? I know you want to build out your college Republican organization at Georgetown University, as you said, one of the most liberal universities in the nation, but also one of the most storied. So when you get new students in, you're going to have a new freshman class coming in. How do you reach them? How do you get people comfortable with joining your organization and not being afraid?
I think the biggest thing is just to show you need leaders on campus who are not afraid to be publicly conservative in many different spaces and institutions, to really inspire kind of some of these freshmen, sophomores to do the same. And I think we have a great opportunity. It honestly got a lot better both with the president's election. Then you saw more people come out and be publicly conservative once, we showed that we could win 77 million votes in the country, but especially after Charlie Kirk's assassination. After that happened, everyone was really like, if this is how conservatives are going to be treated in the country, then I'm just going to stand up. I'm not afraid anymore, and we're not going to back down. So after that, I think you really saw kind of a resurgence of people from across the campus saying, no, this is not okay. I'm conservative, and now I'm going to make it public facing. And so I think now we're kind of on riding a high wave, and I think it's only going to go up and up as we continue to become more politically organized.
And then tell us about, do you have outreach to other college Republicans within the nation's capital, like Catholic University, American University? How do you guys coordinate with each other?
Certainly. So we have a DC Federation of College Republicans, which includes Catholic, American, and George Washington. And so, yeah, we all get together frequently and we try to coordinate on bigger events, bigger engagement, and to kind of discuss issues that are kind of plaguing all of our schools, because we think that kind of unity and kind of organizing is the most effective thing for conservatives.
Shay, what was that? What was the name of that tribe?
The DC Federation of College Republicans.
And who's in charge of that? You?
I'm not in charge of it, but my great friend Owen Lee, the president of the College Republicans at Catholic University, is in charge, and we just elected him.
Owen Lee?
Yes.
I got to reach out to him as well.
Yes, he's great.
Speaking of Catholic University, I went. Ann was out of town Sunday. Normally we go to St. Anne's on Saturday night, and but Ann was out of town. She was traveling to one of our properties this weekend that we're trying to get some things done with. So just me and Sammy the cat batching it. So I didn't feel like going Saturday night. So I go Sunday, and who do you think I run into? Mrs. Pickering in church. Comes up to me when Mass was up. That I love that church. You know what? And I thought I love the message there because you actually hear the gospel and no politics.
That's
right.
right.
I hear
That's
no
right,
politics
yes.
all week. I just want my priest at my Catholic church to preach the gospel, tell me the gospel. I don't want any politics. I don't want to be hearing about more money for Ukraine or, why are there, National Guard troops in DC? Whatever some of these guys are saying that we kind of ran through them. Your ultimate vision, Shay, you've got another year at Georgetown. Your ultimate vision, what is it? Shay McGinnis.
I'd say number one thing is free speech has to be respected. I don't think any conservative wants to kind of tramp down on liberal ideas or prevent liberals from speaking freely, but we need to ensure that we have the same right and that we're not cracked down on constantly by the administration and flagged as hateful or racist or homophobic or all those slurs they kind of throw at us for expressing our ideas. And that's the most important thing. And once we really have an equal platform, we know that our ideas will win. So as long as the university allows us to freely organize, we know that we will draw in continual amounts of students. We will become larger and even more engaged and really become a powerful force in DC and in the country.
Tell us about the level of anti-Semitism that you're experiencing at Georgetown University.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. I mean, for example, you just played the clip of Tom Brady speaking at commencement. Before that, at the commencement, there were a large group of pro-Hamas protesters who made a huge disruption at the graduation ceremony and had to be, forcibly escorted out. And you're seeing that more and more from not only from Georgetown students, but from outside agitators who come to campus to stir up these types of crazy and ridiculous disruptions. So I think, if the university is going to crack down on something, they can crack down on outside agitators, adults who come to campus to stir up disruptions, to harass Jewish students. They did a huge demonstration on October 7th, which was extremely noxious, and it is really a disturbing pattern. Part of it because Georgetown receives billions of dollars from Qatar, from the Qatari government. That's the number one donor to Georgetown. There's a Center for Christian and Muslim Understanding. It's entirely funded by the Qatari government. And this is a huge issue that definitely I think the federal government should be looking at and cracking down on.
With this money, what is the Qatari's objective, do you think?
I think the objective of many foreign powers is to infiltrate as many American universities as possible and pushing their agenda that kind of moves away from Western civilization. A great example is one of the chair of the Center for Islamic Christian Understanding was a man named Jonathan Brown, a tenured professor at Georgetown. He recently tweeted that Iran should be bombing the United States and be symbolically striking our military bases in response to our action there. So these are the type of people that are being funded by foreign governments to teach at our universities and to inspire the minds of American students. And it's really it's a shame.
Now, are you registered to vote in San Francisco or Washington D.C.?
I'm registered in California, but I'm thinking of changing that to D.C.
Change it to D.C. so you can vote for me.
Certainly, yes, absolutely.
You got time. I think you still got time. So you need to change it to D.C. That's so many people are Republicans here that I meet, and it drives me nuts, Maria, because they're Republicans, but they keep their registration from Ohio or Indiana or Atlanta, wherever they came from, and they never change it, even though they're here the majority of the time.
Well,
it drives me nuts.
Well, this is something
that's why we get 7% of the vote.
This is something that has driven me nuts since I started being active with the DC GOP as a precinct captain during the Clinton administration. Okay, I'd go door to door. I'd meet people, and people would say, "Oh, yes, but I vote in Ohio." And
exactly.
And then people complain about not having representation. Well, you can't have it both ways. And if you're here in Washington and you're registered, then you can do things like vote for your fellow student Peter for advisory neighborhood commissioner or for school board, which are nonpartisan positions and which are grassroots positions where you can actually have some influence. And because they are nonpartisan positions, we can get conservatives elected and start to affect some change at the grassroots level, and particularly in our poorly performing public schools, and then in other areas of town. But our voices need to be heard. So again, thank you, Shay. Hats off to you and your fellow college Republicans. I would also encourage you all to try to get involved in some of our local elections. Have your students participate on the campaigns. What's in it for you is this looks great on your resume, and the people that you work with can refer you for internships and jobs in the future. So it's a win-win situation. You get to get hands-on experience with a real campaign and something that is a part of your skill set. So thank you for your good work with the college Republicans.
Myra Pickering, I like that. You know what? If they put grassroots definition in Wikipedia, Mrs. Pickering's picture would be the original grassroots activist, right?
Well, you have to play where you're planted. You have to get to know your neighbors. You have to get to know local issues. And one thing we talked about before, Shay, was that, Washington, D.C., in addition to our fabulous universities and being the constitutionally mandated seat of government, has a whole range of neighborhoods with unique personalities and with unique characteristics, and also with unique issues of concern to the people who live there. So the Advisory Neighborhood Commission positions are important positions because they are the grassroots liaison between citizens and our local government. So if you're having a problem with perhaps signage, or maybe fellow university students not behaving appropriately, who are you going to call? You're going to call your ANC commissioner, and they can help you.
Well,
get
that's the
things
purpose
done.
of it, right? That's at
Yes.
the grassroots
Exactly.
level, no doubt about it. Shay McGinnis with us. Shay is the president of the College Republicans of Georgetown University. He's an incoming senior, right? Did I get that right? Incoming junior, right? So he's sophomore now. So 2 more years you're going to be with me. Ooh,
That's right.
I know, right? You stuck with me for 2 years. I like that. So, okay, let me ask you this. So, you guys, for your commencement speaker, we just showed you a clip of that. Quarterback Tom Brady comes in, noted Trump supporter, noted conservative, made what I thought was a great commencement speech. Was there protest with having him as the commencement speaker?
Nothing beforehand, but of course, the graduation was disrupted by a large group of graduating students who decided to take their graduation, hold up big signs and Palestinian flags, scream, and walk out of it. And that was super regrettable. And they got cheers from a large part of the graduating class. So it just shows you, I mean, for as good as Georgetown University is, if it can produce people like that who will do that on such a momentous occasion.
I mean, it's their own graduation from a prestigious university, and they're disrupting themselves by coming with Palestinian flags and anti-Semitism messages. But it's interesting that when you got Brady, there was no calls for him to be removed or get another speaker or none of that, because it's tough to blast a Hall of Fame quarterback with 19 Super Bowl rings or whatever he's got, a lot of them, one of the biggest comeback victories ever. So look, I know you're in California, but I just got to ask you this question. So you're out near San Francisco. Are you a Giants fan?
I am, but I don't follow it extremely well.
Okay, don't. They're horrible. They're as bad as my team is, the Astros, this season. Giants suck. So you're not missing anything. Probably off better off being a Sacramento A's fan. At least they win some games. The Giants are pathetic. So I don't know what the hell's going on with them. So almost as bad as the Orioles out here. Shay, I'm going to see you on June 16th at our victory party, right? You're coming back. You're going to bring some of your friends in.
Absolutely. And good luck and thank you for all the great work you do in our city. It's so important because our nation's capital is so important, and the politics there, the governance of that, it cannot be forgotten about in the mirage of national issues.
You've been there 2 years in Georgetown. Just hold the music 1 second there, Dan, just in 30 seconds. The difference in this city since Trump got there in January and when you first got there? Scale of 1 to 10, rate it.
Easily, I think an 8 or a 9. I mean, the ability you're able to ride the subway to work peacefully when you see National Guard troops. I think it's the best thing ever. Anyone complaining about the National Guard, I don't think lived in the city before it was there. I think it's a huge difference. The city's gotten cleaner. It's gotten far nicer. And thanks to our president taking initiative and actually realizing that the safety and the beauty of our capital does matter.
Come and visit our capital. Welcome to now what is the safest, most beautiful city in the world, Washington, D.C., and the new book coming out by President Trump, which I've encouraged him to write, How to Turn an Absolute Crap Hole into the Disneyland of the Northeast in 9 months or less. That's going to be his new book.
That's right.
Shay, I want to thank you for being with us. I look forward to meeting you and your friends on the 16th, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much.
We'll
See you.
be right back. DC Dispatch coming up. Keep it with us. What's up, Chief? How you doing, sir? Good. You looking good. You want a couple?
I'm fine.
You sure?
Yeah, well, I picked up.
How do you?
This is WJFN, Goochland, Bonaire, Chester, and WJFV, Portsmouth.
Breaking news this hour from Town Hall. I'm Rich Thomason. Insisting he's in no rush to make a deal with Iran, President Trump tells reporters, "We're going to give this one shot." Mr. Trump insisting he will not be pressured into making a deal, even with the crucial midterm elections fast approaching. Iran is currently reviewing the latest American proposal for ending hostilities. Meanwhile, on Capitol Hill, the House is preparing for a vote on a Democratic-sponsored resolution that would force the president to quit the war. Previous votes on similar resolutions have repeatedly failed, but the Democrats hope for a different outcome this time. The White House argues that the requirements of the War Powers Resolution of 1973 do not apply in this case because there is a ceasefire with Iran. Former Cuban President Raul Castro has been indicted in the U.S. for his alleged role in the 1996 downing of civilian aircraft operated by Miami-based exiles.
As alleged in the indictment, Raul Castro and 5 co-defendants participated in a conspiracy that ended with Cuban military aircraft firing missiles at those civilian planes and killing 4 Americans.
Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche, he says Castro was Cuba's defense minister at the time of the shootdown.
This isn't a show indictment. This is an indictment because we expect that there was a warrant issued for his arrest. So we expect that he will show up here by his own will or by another way.
President Trump calls the indictment of Castro a very big moment for Cuban Americans. Speedy deliveries and lower prices gave Walmart a nice bottom-line boost in its latest quarter. However, the nation's largest retailer is cautious about what to expect for the balance of the year, citing an atmosphere of economic uncertainty. On Wall Street, stock futures in the red. The Dow futures are down 149 points. More on these stories, townhall.com.
The following is a real-life story from Trinity Debt Management.
When I was feeling the stress of too much credit card debt, I looked at 2 different options, debt settlement and debt management. They may sound the same, but guess what? They're not. Debt settlement seemed like a quick fix, but I found out it would destroy my credit, create tax headaches, and hit me with huge fees. They actually told me to stop paying my bills. No way, not me. Then I turned to a debt management plan developed by the team at Trinity. They worked with my creditors, lowered my payments, reduced my interest, saved me thousands, and paid off my debt. And Trinity is a Christian company, which is important to me.
If credit card debt has you down, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976.
My name is Heather. Please forget debt settlement and remember Trinity Debt Management.
1-800-990-6976.
More fallout in the UK from the Jeffrey Epstein saga. It follows the release of some sensitive government documents.
The release makes available confidential papers related to the former Prince Andrew's appointment as trade envoy, just months after lawmakers accused the King's brother of putting his friendship with Jeffrey Epstein ahead of the nation. The move followed the US Justice Department's release of millions of pages of documents related to Epstein, files showing how the wealthy financier used an international web of rich, powerful friends to gain influence and sexually exploit young women and girls. Nowhere has the fallout from the document release been felt more strongly than in the UK, where the scandal has raised questions about the way power is wielded by the aristocracy, senior politicians and influential businessmen, known collectively as the establishment. I'm Charles de Ledesma.
European Union's Executive Commission has cut its economic growth outlook, predicting higher inflation due to higher energy prices. News and analysis, townhall.com. One of Rupert Murdoch's kids is, in effect, following in his father's footsteps.
53-year-old James Murdoch has struck a deal with Vox Media, that's VOX, to acquire the Vox editorial brand, their podcast network, and New York Magazine. The move suggests that the younger son of Rupert Murdoch is building his own media empire. James is known to have less conservative views than his father. His media company, Lupa Systems, will be taking over verticals like The Cut, Vulture, and Grub Street. Vox CEO Jim Bankoff will lead the new company. The deal does not include Eater, Pop Sugar, SB Nation, The Dodo, or The Verge. Financial details were not immediately disclosed. The New York Times cited sources saying it was more than $300 million. I'm Jennifer King.
Elon Musk announcing plans for one of the biggest sales of stock to the public ever will be shares in his space company, SpaceX. Again, on Wall Street this hour, the NASDAQ futures down 167 points. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Hey folks, Al Green here for SatPhone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need SatPhone. SatPhones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your SatPhone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are a $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your sat phone. Call now.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
Ponder this. Imagine for a moment that you are lying on your deathbed. This is a great exercise to do each day in preparation for your very last day on earth. Think about the tests you've ever taken, the job interviews you've had, and the many life celebrations you've been a part of. In all of these cases, preparation makes for successful outcomes. The same is true for dying. We must prepare every day for the day we are to die, in case today might be our last. Make sure you are right with the Lord first and foremost. If you are a Catholic, make sure you are in the state of grace by receiving the sacrament of confession often. Next, make sure you are right with your family, friends, and all those who are in your world. Apologize to those who have offended you and mend relationships that need healing. Make each day a preparation for your last day on earth, because it just may be. I'm Susie Kelly, and I am passionately Catholic.
This is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Solti. We got a wonderful email from one of our customers up east named Joe, and here's what he had to say. I started taking Solti almost out of desperation with little hope because I was resigned to the futility that although I was up to taking 2 statins a day, high cholesterol was something I just had to learn to live with. In fact, when I turned 60, after taking a stress cardio test, my doctor called me on a Saturday, which of course is never a good sign, and told me that I was clogged more than 95% of the people my age. I had had an angioplasty and a stent procedure done at that time. Today, my stubborn triglycerides are only 1/3 of what they had been before starting taking Solti. My prescription statin dosage has shrunk from 60 milligrams to only 10 milligrams a day. My primary care doctor that I have had for many years still can't believe the results, and neither can I. Thank you, Solti, for providing such a wonderful product. And folks, I want to invite you to take care of your heart also by going to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. Use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% discount on your initial shipment. Thanks so much.
All right, folks, I need you to do something right now. Go to johnfredericksradio.com and take our brand new 2028 Republican presidential straw poll. Who do you want leading the ticket? Don't let the elites decide. Make your voice heard. While you're there, weigh in on two huge issues: eminent domain reform and President Trump's tariff policies. Are they protecting American workers or hurting growth? This is your movement, your vote, your voice, your choice. Go to johnfredericksradio.com right now and take the poll.
John Frederick.
It is the most egregious thing I've seen in a lifetime.
President Trump.
The whole thing is ridiculous.
When politics start getting wild,
They want to have every single thing that you don't want. Raise taxes, men and women's sports. They're going to open up their border.
Trump hits the speed dial.
Thank you for calling in on such short notice.
You came first, John.
Wake up with the John Frederick Show weekday morning, 6 Eastern, 5 Central on JFMN.TV, the massive J-Fred radio network, and all across the socials.
You came first, John. Thank you very much, and you do a great job.
Don't touch that dial. You found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Frederick Show.
Hey, folks, DC Dispatch coming up. We're fired up. We've got candidate for Attorney General Manuel Rivera with us on the Republican side of the ticket. Also, Christina Goodlander is going to be joining us via video stream. Christina, the vice chair of the DC GOP. And Christina also runs my political operation here in Washington, D.C., my campaign manager as well. She wears a lot of hats. And Myra Pickering is with us as well, long-term D.C. GOP activist, one of the first precinct captains ever, started many years ago when she was like 10. So she's been involved in this for a long time, ran for city council at large. So we got one of our candidates here, and we got a lot to talk about today. This segment brought to you by Mountaineer Healthcare. Pretty cool. Mountaineer Healthcare from the Smart Health Company is helping families, individuals, and businesses get quality healthcare coverage without getting destroyed financially. This is a big deal. Now, you get a complete and comprehensive coverage, including hospitalization, surgery, and critical illness protection. You also get access to a nationwide PPO network with only $15 doctor copay visits. So you're good to go there. Now, if you need quick care, unlimited free telemedicine, well, that's included too. Need prescriptions covered? No problemo. They've got highly tiered prescription drug plans available. Whether you need an individual plan for yourself or a group or one for your business, you're good to go. Mountaineer Healthcare has flexible options designed to save you some serious money. And here's the kicker. Rates can be 30 to 40% lower than unsubsidized marketplace plans or individual group coverage. That's real savings for working Americans. Call now, 833-752-6742, 833-752-6742, or visit mountaineerhealthcareplan.com. That's mountaineerhealthcareplan.com. Mountaineer Healthcare and the Smart Health Company. Smart coverage, real savings, and peace of mind. Truth, clarity, and the American way. Wow. All good. So here we are back at the DC gang here, or the DC Dispatch, right?
A new client.
Yeah, that's right. A new client. You're right.
You're
a listener to our show, so you must know he's a new client. Manuel Rivera with us. We got to start with some of the polling out, and then we'll get to some of the crime in your race.
Right.
Mary, and do we have Christina in? Can we bring her in, Dan? There's Christina. Very good. Okay, Christina Goodlander with us. So we got Christina, Manuel, and Myra here. Look, Maria, is here with us. So let's get to the new polling out that shows Janice Louis George in the Democratic primary, whoever wins the Democratic primary is going to be the mayor, with a slight lead over second place Kenyon, but 36-32 within the margin of error, I believe. But it's ranked choice voting.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of people think that puts Kenyon at an advantage because the other candidates in the race, Orange and others, he's likely to get their second choice votes. Likely is the theory. Goodlander doesn't necessarily buy into my theory here. She still thinks it's going to be Janice Louis George. But I mean, if you're voting for one of these other candidates, why would you not vote for Louis George as your first choice? So I think she's going to get beat on the ranked choice voting that she propelled. What do you think, Goodlander?
That could very well be the case. Look, John, right now, this is still a very competitive race. The polling is, I think they're 5 points apart in the polls, but the poll also found that 25% are still undecided, right? So there are a lot of undecided voters heading into the home stretch of the campaign. Both of these candidates have about, last I checked on the campaign finance reports, about equal war chests. They both have a lot of money in the bank for the home stretch. So it's really just going to come down to who plays the best game in kind of the last quarter.
Okay, so it's within the margin of error, and I don't think she's going to get any of the second place ranked choice voting. I think that puts Kenyon over the top. What do you think?
Well, if people vote more conservatively, Kenyon certainly stands a chance. There's another candidate who is running as a Democrat. He should be running as a Republican, and that's Gary Goodweather, who is
Goodweather's a good guy.
He's a good guy. I had the opportunity to meet him when we were collecting signatures a few weeks ago, and he seems like a really good guy. He's a veteran. He is a businessman, so he has a more practical approach to solving problems in our city. And again, if people vote for in a more conservative way, Mr. Goodweather also stands a chance to have the ranked choice voting scheme benefit his candidacy.
Well, I think to a certain extent, but it's going to be either Kenyon or Janice. I don't think there's any doubt about that. But again,
yes.
if you're voting for what's his name?
Goodweather.
Yeah, Goodweather. I would say Goodlander because I'm staring at Christina here. By the way, Christina, me, Ann, and my son Joe all wrote your name in for mayor. So you got 3 write-in votes for mayor. I don't know how it's going to turn out. You might win 3-1 and be the mayoral Republican nominee. You got 3 votes. If you had your husband and yourself, you got 5 landslide.
Thank you, Joe.
Like if you're voting for these candidates, I just don't see. If you were going to vote for Janice Louis George, you'd vote for her.
I guess yes. Yes.
We'll see who's right.
We'll see.
We're not going to ask our candidate. He's involved in his own race.
I'm apolitical.
He's apolitical on this right now.
Apolitical.
The other thing is she comes up. Christina, weigh in on this. Janice comes up with a scheme. This is really a scheme, right? Here in D.C. to raid city employee pensions funds to fund social housing, putting D.C. at risk for another control board and possibly losing home rule. I mean, her proposals are getting crazier by the hour. Goodlander.
This is completely fiscally irresponsible. So basically what she wants to do is, and I would say it's more of a scam than a scheme. She wants to raid the pension funds for city employees to pay for these government-run apartment buildings. And the soundness of the plan, by the way, also depends on kind of middle-class Washingtonians choosing to live in these buildings and paying market rate in addition to the heavily subsidized lower-income tenants. So basically, this plan is it's a pyramid scheme. It doesn't really work. And if we do raid these pensions, that'll actually put us over 12% of a debt cap, and that could trigger some serious repercussions. We had a big issue back in the 90s
right.
basically DC's credit rating tanked. We couldn't pay our bills. DC went bankrupt in the 90s under Bill Clinton, and Congress and the president took our financial car keys away, and that lasted for several years, and we don't want a repeat of that situation.
I tell you what, if she gets in and all this happens, you're going to be, and if the Republicans keep control of Congress, you're going to see the end of home rule. That is absolutely inevitable. President Trump is not going to put up with any of this nonsense. Mayor Bowser understood the gig was up. That's why she plays ball with him. So we'll see what happens there. I want to get to the crime that's now going on in some pockets of the city. Manuel Rivera with us. He is our Republican D.C. Attorney General, our candidate for Attorney General in Washington, D.C. Pledges to work very well with Jeanine Pirro, our D.C. attorney. So Chipotle, Navy Yard. I mean, what is going on here?
Well, things are getting out of control, John, and thank you for having me here.
Of course.
I appreciate that. I always listen to your show, and it's a great
Thank you.
show. I'm hearing one thing over and over in this city, and that worries me a lot because people are worried about safety. We see this thing happening almost every weekend. They get into the social media, they get together, and they go in masses to the area of Navy Yard, and also they started going to other areas of the city. Our current DC Attorney General haven't done zero to try to address the issue. In fact, I'm amazed that an Attorney General in DC uses language that portray or encourage violence in the city. He talks about the federal government, a hostile administration. We are not in war with the federal government. The federal government is not a hostile administration. So when you use language like that, that's encourage people. When you move the National Guard or you move ICE in the city, there is confrontation because we have an attorney general that is willing not to arrest people, not to do his job, especially with juveniles. Juveniles are running around wild. He claims that he prosecutes 75% of the juvenile cases that are brought to him with evidence. However, that's not the story that you see on the street. You saw last Saturday how these kids went wild, and I haven't heard of any arrest made. So I think Pirro did the right thing, and this is what I have been talking on the street. Parents have to be made responsible. They have to be prosecuted for the misbehavior of their children. And DC have laws that the DC Attorney General can enforce in a civil family court. They can be accused of neglect, abuse, and abandonment. Because if you get a kid that is 12 years old or 13 years old running around with a gun, intimidating elderly people, disabled people, neighborhood people when they go out, so that is a neglect and abandonment. So those parents have to be held responsible, and the child has to be placed in some place that it can be re-educated. That's what we need. So it's not happening because he's not prosecuting children because of politics. He puts politics before people, and I can give you examples of those later as we keep speaking about the issue.
So you would be in favor. This is one of the issues now with these young gangs. Manuel Rivera with us, our Republican candidate for Attorney General, Washington, D.C. He's unopposed, so he'll be the nominee, be at my victory party on June 16th. So that's going to be a lot of fun. So, but, running against the system here, Mario,
Manuel.
Well, I was
Mario.
talking to Maria. What Manuel is proposing is that the parents be held accountable for the kids being out.
Well, this is what Jeanine Pirro said, and another issue that she mentioned was contributing to the delinquency of a minor. Okay, parents who allow their children to have access to guns, where 2 weeks ago, the captain of the high school football team at Jackson Reed was killed in an unfortunate situation, but the local police will tell you that these children, as a matter of course, bring their guns to school. They don't put them in their lockers. They hide them in nearby parks and in places in the neighborhood.
How do they get the guns?
Well, that's a good question, because their parents are obviously delinquent in supervising these children. Okay, these parents are contributing to the delinquency of minors and neglecting these children. So
let our viewers understand. Here are some really troubling statistics. 60% of carjackings, last I checked, were committed by youth, and more than half of robberies. So when we talk about youth crime, which when Manuel's as Attorney General would be in charge of prosecuting youth crime. The federal government prosecutes adult crime. When we talk about youth crime, we're not talking about swiping a few candy bars from the grocery store. We're talking about carjackings, armed robberies, and other violent.
Murder.
Yeah, that is a very good point. And let me make one thing clear. I'm not saying every parent with a troubled child should be prosecuted, because many families are dealing with poverty, addiction, and unstable home, and they need many services. That the city has the money to provide these services, but they are misallocated. They use services for other things, and I will get into that later. But when a child repeatedly engages in crimes and parents repeatedly fail to supervise that child, they deserve to be prosecuted. It's just simple. I remember when I was 12, 13 years old, I couldn't even go to the balcony at 7 o'clock. Nevertheless, when I reached 18, they want me at home at 10 o'clock. So I have to go to college to get my freedom. But look at me now, I'm running for DC Attorney General. And I know that children's, they think different now than used to be back in the 70s and 60s, but still, we have to get control of these children. And I think that's having a curfew at midnight. It should be 9 o'clock. Put
I
it
agree
this
with
way,
that.
9 o'clock until we resolve the problem.
Whoever heard of a curfew at midnight?
I know.
On a
When they
school night.
they learn how to behave, then we can increase the bar, 10, 11 o'clock at midnight, but not having these problems, having children out there at midnight causing problems. So I'm very strong about, making these parents responsible, because education starts at home. If you don't have education at home, and if you have parents that have all kind of social problems and they don't address their issues, so those are the problems that we need to deal with. And the current DC Attorney General's office is not doing anything to address those issues.
So what about one of the things that Attorney Pirro says, U.S. Attorney Pirro, is that these juveniles, along with their parents, if they're continuing to commit these crimes, need to be prosecuted and held accountable, because right now our Attorney General here, our justice system, just basically lets them out. And then you got the problem is they're being utilized by adults to do their bidding, because nothing will happen to them. That's a reality, right?
That is
Manuel?
completely reality. I was a criminal defense lawyer for many years, for 20 years at least. And I saw these things happen in the District of Columbia. And I saw how the system failed to these children and to the adults as well. They get arrested. The only thing they can keep somebody in jail is if they commit murder or an armed robbery. Otherwise, any other crime, they get released automatically. And of course, they're going to go back and do the same thing if they know they're going to be released, and it's not accountability. So we need accountability in order to resolve the issues. But, one thing that really struck me a lot is when the current mayor said they cannot arrest the parents, the police cannot arrest the parents because they don't have the funds. But this is one thing. They spend money.
Police don't have the funds?
They don't have the funds.
The justice system.
The justice system and the police to go and arrest these people. But, I believe that, and this is what struck me, they have this program. It's called the Fair Election Program. I call this program the Unfair Election Program.
Thank you.
Because the only people that can get access to that money are the Democrats, because they raise the bar so high that no individual or small party can get access to the fund, right? So they distribute the money among
You're
themselves.
talking about Christina Goodlander. Explain to our audience that might not know what this is. Explain the fair
election program.
Fair election, which is basically the Incumbent Protection Act.
Yeah,
the fair election program of which.
So this is basically a racket. So if you're running for local office in the District of Columbia, you can qualify for basically 5 times match for the money that you raise out of taxpayer dollars. And the way you qualify is by during the qualification period, having a certain number of donors, raising a certain amount of money. This cycle, I'm looking right now on the Office of Campaign Finance website. We've spent $9.1 million in taxpayer money on this program. And this year, 100% of the candidates who've qualified are either Democrats or left-leaning independents. We have had Republicans qualify in the past, but this year, this cycle, it's $9.1 million to fund the far left of our taxpayer money.
And there's restrictions to it. Like if you participate in this program, you're limited. The amount of money that you can get from any individual donor goes down pretty substantially.
Yeah. Yes,
right.
it does.
Right. And then the other thing is, like in my campaign, I can raise a maximum of $200 per person, per PAC, per company. I raise $200. If I participate in this program, that goes down to $50.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
right.
I mean, you can't raise any money of $50. And then the other thing is in order to qualify for that, that means that not all the match, but all your donations have to be within the confines of the district. Mm. So if you take $1 from somebody living in Arlington, they send you a check for $50.
No, it's just you don't get the match on the money for donations that come from outside of the district. You can raise money from outside of the district, but you only get the match on dollars from the district. And the original stated intention of this program was to prevent big money in politics and to prevent dark money. But as we've seen in the mayoral race, both of the front runners, Kenyon and Janice, both are benefiting from 6 figures worth of independent expenditures from many dark money groups that you can't trace. So it's they are also both getting the taxpayer racket for their campaigns. Yeah, it's not solving the problem they said it would solve.
Yeah, I think that taxpayers' dollars should go toward public safety, not to finance politicians.
Go raise your own money
in DC. Yeah, that's what I say.
That's what I do.
I opted out from the program. I said, "What is this? This is a scam. I would never get a chance to even publish my business card with this program." So I opted out from the program. I can spend all the money I can spend by traditional financing, and I don't want to use taxpayers' money for my campaign. That's ridiculous. I feel insulted by the fact that politicians that I don't even support, they spending my tax dollars, and then the mayor complains that they don't have money. Hey, you can use that money for public safety. There are millions of dollars. Bullander just said $9 million. Last time I saw the figures, I think they were last year. It was like $7 million, something like that. So each year it keep increasing. And the other thing is, they like to tax people. The federal government reduced the federal tax. Then they have something that is called coping, something like that. And they're supposed to lower DC taxes. But they're not doing that. They're keeping that money on an escrow in case they get sued. Of course, they're going to get sued because the law says that they have to lower the taxes of DC residents.
Well, think about the Attorney General.
That's the role of the Attorney General.
Think about the Attorney General you're running against, right?
Right.
Think about what he does. The Congress passes the One Big Beautiful Bill,
right,
and then the DC Council says, no, we're not going to participate in that. So if you're a DC resident, you have to pay tax on tips. You got to pay tax on overtime. You got to pay, $600 million. Businesses can't deduct, can't do any of this stuff, can't take the 20%, blah, blah, blah. So then Speaker Johnson says, no, screw that. You're not going to be able to do that. So the House and the Senate both pass that DC has to incorporate the tax decreases with the One Big Beautiful Bill.
Right.
Then your opponent sues the federal government and says, no, we want the $600 million and we want to screw our own people
Right.
out of the tax break. And then they're like, well, no, this passed. And then he says, well, wait a minute. According to the rule, the Senate passed, the Senate didn't gavel that in until 12 hours after the deadline. So this is what your opponent is doing. Pay all this money because he's saying the Senate missed it by a half a day.
Right.
This is insane.
Right, but I go further. The city, the government in the city is going to pay a lobbyist with your money to help the city raise your taxes. I mean, they use your money to raise your taxes because they're going to have to hire a lobbyist to do work. I just heard that about 2 weeks ago. Our city councilman Furman was talking about, and I asked him, "Listen, why do you think it's a good idea to raise people taxes? I'm already paying a lot of taxes." And then he gave me this rambling around, going around. So that's what they're going to do. They're going to pay lobbyists to raise your taxes, and that's ridiculous. And if I'm an attorney general in D.C., of course, I'm going to make sure that the office of the attorney general is going to lower people's taxes. I will not sue the federal government. I will not sue Congress. I will say, you are welcome. Let's lower people's taxes because there are other money, including the fair election program money, that we can use to resolve a lot of issues. We have people in this city with housing problems, health problems, and we have a criminal system that is not working to the best. It can work if you do your job, but that's how we should allocate the money in the city, not raising people's taxes. Another thing, they giving people up to $1,500 to buy an e-bike, and millions of dollars they spending to give people e-bikes. When I was a child, I have to clean shoes, sell newspaper to buy me a bike. I just don't understand how these people think. Not only that, when I walk down the street, people complain to me that, hey, they have all these bikes, they reducing the lanes and there's more traffic. And the idea is say, oh, we buy e-bikes to people to reduce the traffic. No, because they have to cut the lanes, right? It's less lanes for cars, and people complain to me about
has
that.
the opposite effect.
Yeah, and then people cannot drive their cars to the church because they cannot park there, and they used to park in that same spot where it's now a bike lane. So that's how the city is being run.
It is absolutely what goes on here. We're going to bring in Congressman Andy Ogles from Tennessee. Now he's here because he's got to come here during the week, and then he gets a reprieve on the weekends. He goes back to his wonderful family and all his boys in his big farm in Franklin County. So we're going to bring him in. But hey, don't forget our big party June 16th. Go to makedcgreat.com, makedcgreat.com. Obviously, that's my party for my victory, running for DC GOP Ward 2 chairman. Great speakers there. Congressman Morgan Griffith, good friend of Andy's. He's going to be there. Treasurer of the United States, Brandon Beach, is one of our featured speakers. And also our keynote is the one and only longtime Trump strategist, Corey Lewandowski. That's going to be an event in and of itself, and we're all going to be there. So if you want tickets, only $50 a piece, just go to makedcgreat.com, makedcgreat.com. You can find our tickets there and support my campaign. And this message has been paid for and authorized by Fredericks for chairman, and I approve this message. Well, it's easy to do when you're the candidate. Okay, let's get to Congressman Andy Ogles. Congressman, great to have you with us. You're on our edition of DC Dispatch with our panel, where we'll talk about DC issues. So we'll get to national in a minute, but we want to kind of start with Emmanuel said. I mean, you have to come here during the week, walk the streets. We've got these all these gangs coming on of younger people at the Navy Yard and things of that nature. Are we ever going to get back to home rule here? What do you think, Andy?
Well, I mean, I think ultimately that's what needs to happen. I mean, the city has a history of being mismanaged. I think Congress unconstitutionally gave away its authority to manage the districts. That being said, I have a bill that would end home rule. And look, you can take your city back. I mean, look at Memphis. It was the most violent city in America, and President Trump, the administration, decided, hey, we're going to make Memphis great again. And because of the surge, because of the presence of law enforcement, the National Guard, suddenly crime's down 50-60%. So it just goes to show, if you enforce the rule of law, the streets are safe. Imagine that. You just actually enforce the laws and have a curfew and make kids behave, common sense kind of stuff. But the left doesn't want that. They want chaos. They want you to be afraid. They want you to look to them for solutions. And at the end of the day, the Democratic Party is listless. They don't have a plan, and they have zero leadership.
So let's talk about the SAVE Act, because that kind of ties into D.C. We'll tie that in a minute. But what is your level of confidence, Congressman Andy Eagles, of getting the SAVE Act from the House into Senate reconciliation?
Well, I mean, the House has passed the SAVE Act. We passed the Save America Act. Thune had the opportunity to, quite frankly, get it done. And for whatever reason, decided not to. And keep in mind, this is a piece of legislation that secures our elections. It's an 85% issue for all Americans. Democrat, Republican, independents, black, white, brown, blue, doesn't matter. Everybody understands and agrees, we should probably have safe elections, or secure elections. And the Senate failed in doing its job. And so it's not even a controversial bill. When you have over 80% of Americans, both parties, regardless of race, color, creed, supporting it, this should have been a slam dunk. They had opportunity to prove to the American people that they can do their freaking job, but they failed. And quite frankly, I would say that's why President Trump went ahead and endorsed in the Senate, the AG race in Texas, because he's fed up with politicians who make empty promises, are unwilling to do their job. Look, if you want to sit on a chair and eat Jello or whatever, you can do that back in Texas. If you're going to come to D.C., roll up your sleeves and get to work.
All right. As you've obviously demonstrated, even as a freshman congressman, you got a tremendous amount of stuff done. But look, if it gets to reconciliation, we still don't have the votes in the Senate to pass it, because we need 50 votes. And we've already got 4 that have come out against it, even with Cornyn, because he put that, his fake op-ed in the Post or whatever. I shouldn't say that he put an op-ed in the Post. I'll take him at his word. But McConnell, I'm not sure he can even knows what's going on. His aides say he's voting no. And then you got the usual suspects, Susan Collins, whatever. But even if it got to reconciliation, might not get the 50 we need in there.
Yeah, so they're supposed to have a vote-a-rama today, and the schedule. So I met with the White House literally yesterday. So as of yesterday, they're going to do a vote-a-rama. They're going to work on it all day into the evening, send it over to us, and we would vote on Reconciliation 2.0 tomorrow. Now, I'm a little skeptical that Thune can rally the votes, and if he doesn't, I think that would signal the end of his role as leader. Because if you can't lead, if you can't do the job, it's time to, quite frankly, do the right thing and step aside. So the Senate and his leadership is really, I think, on the scale right now, the tipping point of, is he going to continue to lead and truly lead in the Senate, or is he going to face a bit of a insurrection, shall we say, using the left's terminology?
Andy, elaborate on that. So you're suggesting that if Thune can't get this at least in reconciliation to the floor, that he might get toppled as a majority leader. Is that what I heard?
It could be. It could very well be. I'm not going to speak for any senator, but I think there's a lot of frustration. I know there's a lot of frustration over there. Again, you have an 80% issue. So we're not talking about abortion. We're not talking about immigration. We're not talking about marriage, like some of those hot button issues, those wedge issues that the left likes to use. This is a common sense kitchen table. It's about affordability. It's about safety, quite frankly, but immigration, and it's about elections. And if you can't address and acknowledge what the American people are hungry for, get out of the way and let somebody else do the job.
Andy Ogle's with us, Congressman, Republican member of the Freedom Caucus, Tennessee 5, that's in Franklin County. Now, your district might change a little bit, right?
Oh, it's changed.
So what are you going to represent now? Which area?
So I've been very spoiled. I have a very small district currently, so it's all or part of 6 counties, southern middle Tennessee. So I have urban part of Nashville. I have 2 suburban counties are part of Wilson and Williamson. So that's like Franklin, Brentwood. Then I have 3 rural counties. And so my district currently is essentially a third, rural, suburban, and urban. Now with the redistricting, so they sent me to Nashville with the redistricting, and I took a seat that had been held by the Democrats since Reconstruction. Now they've drawn me to Shelby County. Said, well, Ogles did it in Nashville. We're going to send him to Memphis, and we're going to pick up that seat as well. So I feel like the tip of the spear, at least in Tennessee, when it comes to picking up House seats. But that's okay. But it's a fantastic district. So it's starts south of Nashville. It goes straight up to the Kentucky border. So I pick up Fort Campbell, which is amazing. I go across the Kentucky border to Reelfoot Lake, so the far western corner of the state. Then I go down the Mississippi River to Shelby County, which is Memphis. And so that's a lot of barbecue, fish fries, and brand new tires because I got a lot of driving to do.
Wait a minute. Are you out of my 2 station radio coverage there now?
No. I still have half of almost 60% of Williamson County, which would be your station.
Okay, good. So as long as you're still there, I had heart palpitations for a minute.
That's all right.
You're going to be in my district. Okay, that's good. Speaking of SAVE Act, so you're with the DC Dispatch, and you're with Christina Goodlander, who's the vice chair of the DC GOP, who's with us. Also, Manuel Rivera. He is our candidate for Attorney General here in Washington, D.C. And Maria Pickering, long-term activist, ran for city council. And one of the reasons why we were excited to get you on DC Dispatch is you wouldn't believe how the voting process works here. So basically, Christina Goodlander, can you explain to the senator, the congressman, who is eligible to cast a ballot in the Washington, D.C. municipal elections? Go ahead.
Okay, so this is crazy. This is like level 10 out of 10 insane. In the District of Columbia, they passed a bill back in 2022 called the Local Residents Voting Act, which says that anybody who comes into the district for 30 days, whether they're American or not, whether they're in our country legally or not, whether they work for the Chinese embassy or not, can register and vote for the mayor of our nation's capital. This is insane.
I mean, and you don't even need, and there's no photo ID, Andy. You don't have to show it. You just basically go up there and say, I'm a registered voter. You sign a thing and you vote. So basically, we can get the employees of the Iranian embassy that we're at war with voting in our mayor's race or voting in the attorney general's race.
Yeah, that's
amazing. Insane.
It's insane. We have to look at it this way. DC is the national capital. All right, it's the nation capital. We have to keep DC safe. Why? Because this is where all the laws, all the decisions are made. And that's a national security issue. When you get all these children going wild and causing trouble, I believe it's a national security issue because this is where we make the decisions. We have millions of tourists that come into the city and spend millions of dollars and generate economic activity. So we have to keep them safe. I remember when I was a criminal defense attorney, I was sitting in the courtroom of Judge Pio Lugo. There were these 18, 19, 20 years old kids that were convicted for assaulting tourists, young tourists. And I remember listening to the victims, how horrified they were about what they have. The judge sentenced them to 21 years in jail. The parents of the convicted criminals were there. They all were crying. They all were talking about how unfair. And I'm thinking now, if those parents would have been made responsible for these children when they were juveniles, maybe they could have saved the life of these young people that have to spend now 21 years in jail. So that is the problem. That's why we have to do prevention. Right. And the prevention starts in making them responsible.
And in the home. Andy, why all the hand wringing here going on with the left and the Democrats over the ballroom, the president's ballroom, which he's funding with private funds, his own money, others, And then he went to Congress, asked for $1 billion just for the safety aspect of it. I mean, the guy's they've attempted to assassinate him 3 times. You saw what happened at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. What is the problem with this?
Well, it's just, again, they don't have a plan or a platform. So all they can do is cast aspersions and names and criticize anything the president is doing. He could be giving out gold bars and they would complain that it's not coins. So I was at the dinner and I was sitting there actually near the hallway where the shots were fired. And, you know, it's not a secure location. It's not a secure building. So to have the facility hardened makes absolute sense. I mean, again, you had most of the secretaries, you had a handful of members of Congress, you had the president and the vice president. You talk about, the continuity of government, had something worse happened, it really could have created a constitutional crisis. And so that being said, it just underscores the fact that whether it's Hakeem or whoever you want to point to in the party, they're in over their head. They don't know what they're doing. You can look at D.C. where they're allowing illegals and literally foreign agents to vote in elections, that this is the state of the Democratic Party. And because of the redistricting, we're going to hold the House in the next presidential cycle because the economy is going to continue to improve. We're going to hold the White House. We'll continue to hold the House of Representatives. And this country is going to get back on track. Now, it's important that your listeners and the voters out there go to the polls and vote, because at the end of the day, what happens next, the future of this country, the future of this city is in your hands.
Andy, what did you think about the Congresswoman, the Democratic congressional candidate? This is a Democratic candidate in Texas who called for the incarceration of Jews yesterday.
Again, if I were to say something like that, oh my goodness, the left would go crazy that I'm a racist, I'm Islamic phobic, or this phobic, or that, whatever. But they can say it, and it's okay. And again, always a double standard. But if you or I say it, they call us names. If they say it, and look at the redistricting in the South, right? You have a Supreme Court ruling that said, racially gerrymandered districts are now unconstitutional. The South has responded. Yet you look at the Northeast, where you have 42% of that region is Republican, and they have almost 0 members of Congress. So when they do it, it's okay. But if we do it in compliance of a Supreme Court ruling, then suddenly, oh my goodness, it's racist to do that. And so again, this is why we're going to hold the House. And quite frankly, the future of this country is in the hands of the people to make sure we hold the House of Representatives and the White House in 4 years or 3 years. And so, again, keep doing what you're doing and preach, my brother.
Well, listen, I think we're the only 2 people that believe now we're going to hold the House. I've been saying it for some time. We've also got Christina Goodlander get involved here because President Trump the other day goes out, he says, look, 250th anniversary, we really want to clean up the city. We really want to make it beautiful. And so he goes to the Lincoln Memorial, he says, well, we got to fix the gray water, get this out, put it in blue, and then he gets sued. I mean, like what? I mean, can you just explain what is going on here? Like you get sued because you're trying to clean something?
Yeah. Oh, again, well, one of the buildings in D.C., it hadn't been pressure washed, cleaned in a decade or 2, and so the president's like, oh, we're going to clean this building, and again, there's a lawsuit filed there because it's going to destroy the character of the building. It's dirty. You clean it, right? Yeah, my Ford F-150 has a lot of character. It's also very dirty. I should probably wash it this weekend, right? And so I get the grime off of it. But I mean, it's laughable. It truly is laughable. But going back to the midterms, before the redistricting, we had to win 10 or 12 of the battleground House seats. But if we pick up 8 through the redistricting process, now we only have to win 3 or 4. That's very attainable. Now it's a factor of probabilities when you look at the number of battleground seats and how many we have to hold in the House, or from a Republican perspective, is we can do this. We have to have good candidates. We have to stay on message. We've got to end this war in Iran. We have to get gas prices down. But all of those are doable.
Well, listen, my math is if we were having this conversation 3 weeks ago, before Virginia went down and before the SCOTUS ruling, you guys had a 4-seat majority. That was getting wiped out in Virginia. They basically had to pick 2 seats up, they win. Now, 3 weeks later, I believe that you're going to pick 11 seats up after all the redistricting is done in this cycle. They didn't get the 4 in Virginia, thank goodness for the Supreme Court there. So now they're minus 15 from where they thought they'd be. You're going to pick up the LePage seat in Maine too. I saw Poli's up by 25. So you're going to pick that seat up. That puts you up by 16. And then you look at the vulnerable seats we have. There's not 17 vulnerable seats that we have to defend, and they don't have anything else to steal or gerrymander, if you will. So that's why I think we're in good shape.
Yeah, absolutely.
So let's get to the final issue here. I want to get your thoughts on the Iran war. Where you think it's headed? What do you think we have to do, Andy Ogles?
Well, I mean, obviously the president is wanting to come to some sort of agreement. Obviously the Iranian regime needs to come to the table, or quite frankly, they're going to get wiped out. But the president wants to end this war. He wants to give the country back to the Persian people, create stability in the region. And also you look at, the greater Middle East, greater Arabia, they're sick and tired of Iran too. So in the same way that Iran exports terrorism, whether it be to Israel or Europe and to the United States, they export terrorism into the Middle East as well. And so they're done with Iran. We're done with Iran, but I think that you're going to see very quickly this is going to come to conclusion. I hope and pray that I'm accurate. The main thing is to end the war, keep the strait open, and what you'll see over the next few weeks is oil and gas prices coming down as we hit that kind of peak drive time season for the summer.
Andy, when you're in D.C. and you're going from your home to the Capitol or to an event or to out to dinner or whatever you do, as you're on DC dispatch here, I'm running for Ward 2 Chairman, DC GOP. Manuel here is running for Attorney General. What is your biggest concern when you're in Washington, D.C., that you see and you say, hey, this has really got to be fixed? What is that, Andy?
I just would think in general, it's the crime issue that people want to be safe, quite frankly, have a right to be safe in their communities. And so this is where, new leadership, fresh leadership, and ultimately ending home rule. Because when you have a council or a mayor that is not enforcing the law, allowing juveniles and the homeless to wreak havoc into communities. So I was in Memphis with the president. Again, it was literally number one, the most violent city in America. And I was speaking with residents, quite frankly, former Democrat residents of the city. And they're saying, like, we love Trump. Like our kids can go out and play and ride their bike. They couldn't do that before. And so it changes a community. And when you have a safe community, DC is a place for tourism. It's a place for business and opportunity, but you have to have a safe community, that foundation to build upon that. And then also think about the kids trying to go to school. You can't learn if you're not in a safe environment. And so this has a ripple effect, whether it's families, whether it's the economy, whether it's tourism. And ultimately, I would say safety is the main concern, that I keep my head on a swivel. I typically don't have my earbuds in because I want to know who's around me and where anytime I'm walking, whether it's in the morning, in the afternoon, or in the evening.
Manuel, if you were Attorney General, how would you deal with what Congressman Andy Ogles just said?
Well, those are the concerns that I hear every day when I walk on the street and knock on doors. People's safety, they are afraid. And we're talking about senior citizens. We're talking about disabled people, working families that trying to make a living and raise a family. And those exactly the concerns I heard, on the street. And if you have a DC Attorney General that when it's a shooting, like the one at the White House press, and there is a press conference, and it was the mayor, was all the major law enforcement, federal law enforcement present. The DC Attorney General was not present. Why? Because he doesn't support federal law enforcement. And I think that's devastating for a city that, is the nation capital and is where all the decisions are made. We're in a war with Iran. We are subject to a terrorist attack. And this guy came in all the way from California to shoot all the head of the agencies and the president. That's horrible. That's like a horror movie happening. And the DC Attorney General doesn't show up. He doesn't want to cooperate.
He doesn't want to cooperate with the federal government. I mean, Andy, when you say home rule is got to go, I mean, you look at what Manuel Rivera just said. I mean, I was wondering that myself. I thought, well, maybe he was out of town. I mean, the Attorney General of D.C. doesn't show up at the press conference when some guy tried to eliminate the entire government.
Yeah.
It's amazing. If I'm out of town, you can be
It's
sure
just
that I take a
zoom
plane
in.
right there.
I mean, it's just it's incredible. What
And
we
he
deal
was
with.
not out of town, by the way. They saw him at a restaurant having some drinks.
All right, it's incredible. Andy Ogles, we're going to give you the final word here. Go ahead.
Well, I would just say, to the listeners out there, get out there and vote. Like you said, whether it's children not able to play in the street or that elderly individual on a fixed income that literally just wants to be able to go to their mailbox and get their Social Security check or their mail or whatever it is. Let's take DC back. Let's make DC great again. Let's make DC safe again. And you can do that by getting out and casting your vote and being heard. Your voice is your vote.
That is a great campaign endorsement right there from Andy Ogles. Go to makedcgreat.com. I should put you on my advisory committee. Go to makedcgreat.com and we'll go there. Now, Andy, now that you're going to leave, you're changing your district. I'm happy you're not abandoning my radio station. So that's good. But you're still going to root for the Titans, right?
Oh, absolutely. We enjoy going to the games. And of course, Nashville is going to be getting the Super Bowl here in a few years, which is going to be fantastic for the state, not only just Middle Tennessee, but the entire state, because it really shines a light. So whether it's East Tennessee and the Smoky Mountains or all of the tourism attractions and the great food in West Tennessee and Memphis, once again, Tennessee's leading and going to be in the spotlight.
Andy, people want to follow you and your camp and your re-election campaign. Where do they go?
You can go to andyogles.com. If you want to follow the official, you can go to like on X, Twitter, whatever, Rep Ogles. But I'm all over social media. I'm easy to find, but certainly appreciate you checking in. We have a newsletter as well. We won't hound you, but we'll certainly try to keep you up to date.
Hey, shout out. Great newsletter. One of the best I get. Great job.
Thank you.
You want to go to a site, sign up for that. Congressman Andy Ogles, thank you for being with us on DC Dispatch. Thank you.
Absolutely. Take care.
Okay. And just go to andyogles.com and get that. And for our panel at DC Dispatch here, I want to thank our panel, Christine Goodlander, Vice Chair, DC GOP. Christina, thank you for being with us. Also, my political director here in Washington, DC, Maria Pickering, longtime GOP activist and also a former city council candidate at large. Thank you for being with for 3 segments. So thank you for that. And our candidate for Attorney General, great job, by the way, Manuel Rivera. People want to follow your campaign. Where do they go?
Well, they can go to riverafordc.com.
That's pretty
and
easy.
we need money. We need money to get the vote out, to get Republicans out to vote. We need to carry the message, send that message. But I'm willing to work with Democrats and independents. There are a lot of conservative Democrats and conservative independent people. I want to cross the aisle, and we always can find a common denominator to resolve problems. That's why I believe the office of the DC Attorney General should not be a platform for politics. You have to put people before politics. And that's what I'm intending to do if I get elected.
What a novel idea. Thanks for being with us, everybody. Today is another edition of DC Dispatch, rocking and rolling. Next week, Terry Gilbert will be back. She's traveling today, and the gang will all be here. Thanks for being with us. Michael Patrick Leahy next. I'll see you tomorrow at 6 a.m. bright and early.